The Finance Committee meeting of Monday, June 26th, 2023, and ask staff to please call the roll.
Council President Curry.
Here.
Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Vitiver.
Present.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Rummel.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. Our first item is general public comment. We have no one registered under general public comment, so we will take the rest of our registrants up as we come to those items. So that brings us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals from members of the body on today's agenda? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. As it relates to agenda items number 9 and 10, I wish to disclose, like many others in City Hall, many of us had a long time, very enjoyable working relationship with the proud papa of one of the principals of Lincoln Avenue Capital, but that will not affect my consideration of those items today or at future meetings.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is the same thing, but I'm just going to be safe and disclose that I'm an employee for YWCA Madison, and I know that we were included in some of the planning or funding for the TID that's being established, TID 51, agenda item 6. They're not listed in the agenda, but just wanted to disclose that. I do not work at that location and it does not directly benefit me.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have registrants on wishing to speak on items 9 and 10. And then items 14, 15, and 16 are discussion items that which we'll have presentations on, and then item 17 is a closed session. So those items will be excluded from the consent agenda. Are there additional items that members of the body would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? President Curry?
Sorry, I'll go after Alder Verveer. I was just trying to help Alder Latimer Burris get promoted to a participant. She's in the attendees list.
Yep. So we can't promote someone who has joined via phone. So I did just resend that invite. So hopefully she can jump on using the link that she just received.
Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question regarding agenda item number 4, please.
Item 4 will be excluded from the consent agenda. Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded? Alder Vitiver.
I apologize if I missed it. Did you say 5 was excluded already or not?
Not yet.
Okay. I do have a question about 5. Thanks.
All right. Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? All right, so as it stands, we will exclude items 4, 5, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, and 17 from the consent agenda. Seeing no additional items, then President Curry, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And we will go on to item 4, which is Legistar 78401, authorizing the mayor and clerk to enter into a contract with Madison Parks Foundation, establishing the roles and responsibilities of the city and foundation with respect to each other from the date of execution through December 31st, 2033, with the possibility of renewal for successive 10-year periods. On item 4, can I have a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
Second?
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Verveer, you had questions?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. If Superintendent Knapp, if you would be so kind as to give us a very brief overview as to what's different in this proposed agreement versus the 2013 agreement with the Parks Foundation. I did read the new agreement, but admit it did not go to the trouble of comparing it to the 2013 existing agreement. Could you just explain what nuances there might be?
I'm going to let Lisa handle that first if she's available. She spent more time on this one than I have.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Lisa.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lisa Lashinger, Assistant Park Superintendent. So the agreement, there are not a lot of substantial updates from the previous agreement, but it's a lot more, it more codifies the procedures that we have in place with the Parks Foundation since the last agreement was drafted. There is a reference to transferred funds that allows us to transfer up to $10,000 to the Parks Foundation. And an example of that, I know that's come up already since the agenda's been published, but that really is, for example, the Parks Foundation was an integral partner in the Glen Golf Park Improvement Project, and they are planning to continue to support the programming there. And in the event that somebody comes to the golf course to play a round of revenue or to play a round of golf, we wanted to be able to have some ability to let that individual make a donation at the point of sale system. So this would allow some transfer of funds between the golf enterprise or another section of parks of up to $10,000 with council approval should without, I'm sorry, up to $10,000 without council approval should something some donation come into the Parks Division instead of going directly to the Parks Foundation. And then otherwise the Parks Foundation, for those of you who do not know, which I should have started off with in the first place, is our main fiduciary partner. So the Parks Foundation is able to do fundraising on behalf of the Parks Division to help support some of the projects and initiatives that we have going on. Since this agreement was last updated, we've done a lot more with programming than we had ever done in the past. So the Parks Foundation has supported the KNOW program, the Kids Need Opportunities at the Warner Community Park and Rec Center. So this helps to codify what's happening there. It also procedurally, it does spell out that we're going to have a memorandum of understanding in place for each of the initiatives that we have in place with the Parks Foundation, which is something that we've been working on process-wise. So that will help us. And then it also spells out that these MOUs at a certain point, there's thresholds where it needs to go to the Parks Foundation for approval before we would take on new programming. There is a section in here that waives special event fees and charges for the Parks Foundation for events that they're hosting that directly benefit the Parks Division and the work that we do, so that they're not paying our park fees in order to host an event in a park. So that seemed to make sense for us because they are our official nonprofit fundraising collaborator. So that means they don't pay our application fees or reservations, temporary structure, amplification, vending, or rental of any parks equipment, but they do still need to obtain or hire a contractor that obtains any sort of alcohol or liquor licenses, and they'd have to be responsible for covering all the costs of their event. So that's something new that was within the new agreement. Otherwise, there are some housekeeping type things in our move to the Olin Park facility. The Parks Foundation also has moved here. And they have an office space within the building, so it updates the location and the city's in-kind contributions towards the Parks Foundation. But I think that generally covers the rest of the updates.
I would add just one thing, sorry, because this predates Lisa. The original agreement for 2013 had a shared position. It was a city employee, but was working for the foundation. That is all gone because that they completely separated employment 5 years ago now. So that is not a part of this agreement. If you did go back to the 2013, you would note that substantial change.
Yes, yeah, thank you both. Thank you, Eric and Lisa. That Eric indeed was the main difference that I assumed was how Stephanie's position has evolved over the years. It should be codified in the current way that's funded, and indeed, obviously, this agreement does just that. So thank you both. It was very helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there further questions on item 4? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. Brings us to item 5, which is Legistar 78127, creating and authorizing a request for proposals for an administrator to manage the Biz Ready program. And item 5, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. On item 5, Alder Vitiver, you had questions?
Yeah. I guess I was just questioning how it was determined that this was the best mechanism for administering this. So as opposed to, for example, hiring some LTEs who would be city staff. So just if I could just get some context around how it was determined that this was the best way to be able to get this money out.
Saran is here. Saran Oak, the head of our Office of Business Resources. Saran?
Hi, thank you for your question. Yes, so this is modeled off of the Market Ready program. So staff saw a really successful, it was really successful in partnering with an organization, the Madison Public Foundation, and then having to, use staff time to, create the program itself. We just thought that it would be better coming from the community. And there are organizations, even when we had the Market Ready, there was probably just a handful of organizations. So now we've learned that, especially after COVID, there's a lot more organizations that do work with BIPOC entrepreneurs that have these business ready type programs. And we feel that the community probably knows better than city staff in creating a program that'll be better suited for folks in our community.
Are there any further questions on item 5? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of item 5. And go on to item 9. Item 9 is Legistar 78324, authorizing the mayor and clerk to amend the 2023 capital budget and execute a development agreement to provide funds in tax increment financing loans to Ross Street 1 Limited Partnership to assist in the construction of a redevelopment project consisting of 303 units of multifamily affordable housing at the property generally located at 2007 Ross Street, formerly known as the Hartmeyer property in TID 54. And on item 9, we have a number of registrants wishing to speak. I'm just going to refresh to make sure I get everybody. And while I do, Alder Latimer Burris, you had registered as wishing to speak. As an Alder, you're an ex officio member of the Finance Committee, so you don't need to register to speak. So if it's all right with you, we'll take our public registrants and then you can participate in the discussion when we get to it.
Mayor, if I could actually go first, I'd appreciate that. The reason is when I went to a last meeting, as we're learning, Alder Madison did correctly point out that, I can speak as part of the discussion, but I would like to speak as part of the public comment so that I can make comments, not just directed towards the discussion. And it might cut down on the discussion.
Alder, that's highly irregular. The public comment period really is for the public to come and speak to us about their concerns. And I'm happy to let you go first when we get to discussion. But I really feel like we need to hear from the public and then we hear from alders. So unless there's objection from the body, we'll proceed with public comment, and Alder, I will turn to you first when we get to discussion. So our first registrant wishing to speak is Beth Sloys of District 18, to be followed by Marcia Cannon, to be followed by Jennifer Argelander. Do we have Beth?
Yep.
Good evening. I'm here to request that the decision-making process be taken off the fast track and allowed to slow down for public engagement and input on this pivotal decision. The community has many questions related to the TID being proposed and related budget amendments and has the right to a public forum to discuss it. Please refer items 9 and 10 to a later date. In creating a TIF district, other jurisdictions will have to balance all property taxes diverted to the TIF by borrowing as interest, cuts to services, and or raising fees and other taxes. The schools and our city budget will all see lower revenues for the life of this district. Our schools are already struggling to meet the needs of their students, cutting their revenues in order to support a corporation that has the capacity to borrow and has robust investors seems short-sighted and makes no fiscal sense. This TID does not meet the requirements as stated in the MSA report that the land within the TID is at least 50% blighted. It seems that the determination of blight is very subjective. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What seems minor, like a dent in a downspout or a repaired crack in a parking lot, is enough to call a property blighted. The railroad property, Parcel 3, is an interstate commerce transportation corridor that also serves our neighborhoods to the north, the Canadian Pacific. The rail yard is an industrial area and zoned accordingly. It's not blighted, but rather industrial in nature and a local provider of good jobs. It does not impair city growth, but rather provides for economic growth, including the future passenger Amtrak rail into Madison. It is not an economic liability nor a social liability. The wetland property at the Hartmeyer is not blighted. Two locally owned businesses immediately to the south of the wetland property are active service and job providers. Industrial businesses are not often pretty, but offer much needed north side jobs. Why force a blight designation on these longstanding north side businesses when they perhaps would best be served by small business loans to help with exterior maintenance and upkeep? In the MSA report, the comment related to an increase in sexual assault crimes in the study area may be due to the release of violent sexual assault criminals to the north side over the past couple of years. Violent sex offenders have been released to the men's temporary shelter located in the facility at First and Johnson during the pandemic. Sex offenders are being released to area neighborhoods all the time. Perhaps we should consider this when featuring data. The zoning designations throughout the MSA report are inaccurate as they do not reflect the changes related to the special area plan. The building of 553 units of high-density, low-income housing will only cause the very blight conditions we hope to avoid. I ask that this committee consider a referral on these two agenda items and let the community come together to discuss the TID and all of its related concerns. We are looking at the legacy of our decisions. Let's make them good ones. Thank you very much for your time on this matter.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marcia Cannon of District 18, to be followed by Jennifer Argelander, to be followed by Christine Eelholm.
Marcia, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
I know. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Marcia Cannon, and I live near North Sherman Avenue. Like Beth, I urge you to take a pause before authorizing tax incremental financing for housing at the Hartmeyer wetland. Lincoln Avenue Capital basically wants to borrow $6.25 million from the city. If all goes well, increased property values and tax revenues will justify the city's investment. However, the Hartmeyer property has some problems. Opinions vary, but in my view, the big problem is lack of due diligence. Significant questions remain. Why don't we have an up-to-date, comprehensive assessment of contamination at this site? Reassurances from bureaucrats don't cut it, in my view. Will the developer protect the city from all liability if construction disturbs contaminants? Who pays if contaminants render a completed building unlivable within X amount of time? And how will 500 tenants and city taxpayers be protected from any costs of relocating and adjudicating claims? As you know, in the news, we've seen Milwaukee is facing an unjust situation at the community within the corridor contaminated residential units. It's unfair both to the tenants and taxpayers. Let's not do that here. Madison needs affordable housing. Yes, we do. But all housing needs to be safe. Please take time to consider my questions before you authorize a new tax incremental district for the Hartmeyer project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jennifer Argelander of District 12, to be followed by Christine Ilholm, to be followed by Kyle Brasser. Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Argelander, and I'm the co-chair of the Sherman Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking in opposition of items 9 and 10, which relate to the proposed TIF for the 2 lots on Ross Street on the north side of Madison. This TIF proposal came up too quickly to allow for any public meeting or public engagement related to this proposal. No public meetings have yet to be held to allow the public to understand the TIF, its boundaries, the potential impacts for environmental and social justice, public services, economic development, and redevelopment that needs to include contaminated site assessments as well as cleanup prior to construction of roads, installation of sewers and utilities, and for safe housing for working families and seniors. So I am requesting that these 2 agenda items be referred to a later date to allow for the public to be educated on the related issues and ask questions and to give input on how creation of such a TIF would affect the community on the north side of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant, sorry, I have jumping windows, is Christine Ilholm of District 12, to be followed by Kyle Brasser, to be followed by Kevin McDonald.
Thank you. My opinion is going to be very simply put. I don't support agenda items 9 and 10 and request a referral to late summer at the soonest. There are far too many complexities at the proposed Hartmeyer development site and implications to understand about TIF funding for Lincoln Avenue Capital. District 12 residents need time to meet with and discuss all these complexities with our alder, Amani Latimer Burris. The only fair way for us to proceed, that is all of us, is to slow this process down so unknown consequences of moving too quickly can be avoided. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kyle Brasser of Santa Monica, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, to be followed by Kevin McDonald.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, alders, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Kyle Brasser, and I'm a Vice President and Regional Project Partner with Lincoln Avenue Capital. I'm joined this evening by my partner, Kevin McDonald, who will speak after me. And I'm speaking this evening because I want to try to help shed some additional light and provide some more background for some of the comments that we've just heard this evening. Just earlier today, I saw some email communication that I think paints the amount of public engagement and the amount of collaboration that we've undertaken on this project in an incorrect light. We put this project under contract in December of 2021, and since that time have been working with city staff, the neighborhood, and various stakeholders on a development proposal that brings over 550 affordable housing units in a much needed area to the city of Madison, and does so in an environmentally conscientious and responsible way, and also taps into some local resources such as the TIF financing that you're hearing about this evening. None of this is new. The ideas that anything we are talking about here have changed recently are incorrect. A delay to our schedule at this point would be catastrophic. We were able to preserve the qualified census tract at the end of December 2021 for 2 years and 2 years only, so this development could proceed. If we delay this 2 months, we risk not being able to close this project before the end of the year, in which case the project goes away and cannot come back. Nobody else can develop this without the qualified census tract, and it will then go away. I think it's really important to understand that if that were to happen, the city would no longer be able to work with a collaborative developer like Lincoln Avenue Capital to address the multiple issues that we've already addressed. And instead, this would be out for private development and probably a market rate developer who would not have any of the same sort of restrictions and requirements as an affordable developer like we would. And by right, they could develop housing with much less oversight from the city. So I think it's disingenuous to make comments that we have not been collaborative when we've been talking with various stakeholders for years on this. And in particular, we've met with Friends of Hartmeyer and the Sherman Neighborhood Association at least 3 times each. So I thank everyone for their continued collaboration. We're really excited about the development that we have proposed. And the TIF that's in front of you this evening is really the final piece to the development and the plan and the vision that we've been talking about for multiple years, and that is outlined in the Oscar Mayer special area plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and last registrant wishing to speak is Kevin McDonald from Santa Monica, California, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital.
Yep.
Kevin?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. So as Kyle mentioned, I'm also a regional project partner with Lincoln Avenue Capital. Did just want to clarify, Lincoln Avenue Capital is based in Santa Monica, California, but I'm based just north of Madison, and I'm our local Wisconsin regional project partner. Kyle really hit on many of the points that I was planning to make. I guess one point that I would bring up and just reemphasize is how many meetings we have attended and really the great collaborative process that we've been through. I think most of the collaboration really started when city staff was proactively rezoning the site. And actually when we had the site under contract, we had it under contract with CBRE with the understanding that the site was going to be proactively rezoned, and we actually weren't even planning to be involved in that process. Some things changed. The Friends of Hartmeyer actually presented some concerns regarding the original street pattern, and we worked in a very collaborative process with city staff to find a street that worked with both parties, and it was just one of the many examples of collaboration as we worked through the process. So as Kyle mentioned, we've had alder meetings, neighborhood meetings. We've also been at the Transportation and Planning Commission. We've been at Plan Commission multiple times. We've also been at Common Council. Been through Urban Design Commission, and throughout the process, many of the same questions have been brought up, and I know we've had answers for the questions that were being asked. So obviously now here we're at the Finance Committee meeting, and looking forward to answering any questions that may be out there. And I guess just to close things out, it's really been obviously a very long process. The Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. I know many of these same topics came up throughout that process, and I believe that started in 2018 and is kind of continuing here today. So we're really excited for the opportunity to help carry out the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, and hope to have an opportunity to do so.
Thank you. So I probably should have done this at the start, but everybody who is registered on item 10 is also registered on item 9. And so unless there's objection from the body, I might suggest that we take the two together. And so seeing no objection, we'll take the two together, and I will offer to the folks registered on item 10. I think everybody spoke to both items. But so on item 10, we have registered Beth Sloys, Marcia Cannon, Jennifer Argelander, Christine Elholm, Kyle Brasser. If any of you want to speak specifically to item 10, we can do that at this point. Beth Sloys, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. The building of 533 units of high density will only cause the very bright conditions we hope to avoid. Inadequate provision for ventilation. The land is contaminated. There's grave concern related to toxic vapor infiltration into the proposed parking garage, elevator shaft, and apartments. High density of population and overcrowding. Putting 2,000 people into this cramped parcel of land between two railroads under the F-35 nuclear armed jets, on top of contaminated land with two major roadways crisscrossing the development, will only create similar living conditions as we see with the Meadowlands, Tree Lane, and Rethke properties in Madison, and within the community within the corridor in Milwaukee. The existence of conditions which endanger life or property by fire and other causes is one issue related to blight. The Northside Firehouse is not prepared for an increase in 7-story buildings, as it is without any ladder truck to address accessing upper-level apartments during a fire. The fire station is worried. This endangers life. The environmental conditions are toxic and are a danger to public health and safety. If the Hartmeyer family sued Kraft Heinz to address the contamination they left on the site, and then Kraft settled out of court, then we should pay attention to that and make sure the land is cleaned up before homes are built. We are deciding to put people in harm's way if we do not require this land to be assessed and cleaned up. This endangers life. Children playing on land that contains heavy metals and toxic cancer-causing chemicals are at risk. I ask you again to refer on these two agenda items, let the community come together to discuss the TID and all of its related concerns. This proposal for a TID in this area has not been brought before the public. It is the first time that we're actually endeavoring to speak with our alder and with Lincoln Avenue Capital. And while various groups in the community did meet early on with Lincoln Avenue Capital because of the work of Alder Abbas, since Alder Abbas has left, really there's not been much engagement with Lincoln Avenue. And we have a lot of questions related to soil conditions, how they can do 4-foot foundations when the buildings are 7 stories tall in hydric soils in an environmental corridor. We have lots of questions. We haven't seen the most recent plans. So while we did meet early on with Lincoln Avenue Capital, and we appreciate that, suddenly that all of that effort was non-existent really since Alder Abbas was gone. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Kyle Brasser also wants to speak for a second time.
Thank you. Yes, I just feel that it's important to respond to a couple of things that we just heard. Beth, you've asked me the specific questions that you're posing again, and we've answered those before. Nothing in our plans have changed since we brought it to the broader neighborhood before. And although that was before Alder Burris had been elected, nothing has changed that would make any sense for why we need to go back and talk about those same items again. Also, I want to be crystal clear, as we've shared with people in multiple instances, we have done a ton of testing on this site. And even though we have not discovered contamination that would warrant concerns about soil vapor, we are installing a full vapor mitigation system in both buildings that can be activated if needed when we test after the building is constructed. It's a total belt and suspenders move. We want to be safe. We want to be cognizant of our residents, and we will do that. So again, we've addressed this before. We have a solid plan in place. And the only way a site like this ever gets cleaned up is through responsible development like this. Again, the implication that someone would go and clean this up without a broader development plan, it's just not how this works. And we've already talked about this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're not going to do a bunch of back and forth here, folks. But Jennifer, I will let you speak since you were signed up to speak. And after that, we only have two other folks that could weigh in if they'd like to. Jennifer?
Thank you.
And can I just remind us all again that public comment is addressed to the committee?
Right. So my request to have this referred is based on the fact that we have been without an alder, and the community is very sensitive about this whole development. And yes, we have met with Lincoln Avenue Capital many times, but all of a sudden we've been hit with this TIF definition and what it could do. And we have not even had a chance to meet with our new alder to discuss this. So I just think that it should be referred, even if it's for another couple months. I know it's tight, but it's time that the community understood and maybe, wouldn't be as nervous about this. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no additional public comment on items 9 and 10, are there questions for any of our registrants from the committee? Alder Rummel.
I'm certainly willing to defer to Alder Amani if she wanted to go first.
Yeah, actually, I would love to go first, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Alder Latimer Burris, you have questions for registrants?
Well, I can make my comments by asking questions. I wanted to be able to speak on this. So do you want
that would not be appropriate, Alder. It should not be surprising to folks, the order of business, right? We take public comment, we ask questions of the public, and then we finish public comment. And then we move into discussion once we have a motion. So Alder Rummel, did you have questions for registrants?
Thank you, I do. For Kyle Brasser, and I am a new alder, although I am familiar in very general terms with your project since, as you stated, it started in 2021. But I'm really interested in hearing you tell us more about the qualified census tract and its extension and how that affects this project. And I can ask staff later, but this isn't necessarily a normal thing. So can you help us understand what's involved with that?
Yes, thank you, Alder. Happy to answer that question. So for affordable housing like this, the way that we are financing it is what allows us to put this type of density on a site like this. And the way we are financing it is with a tool called tax-exempt bonds. Just kind of to simplify the statement, in order to make a project financially feasible, along with tools like TIF, a qualified census tract is what really allows projects to be feasibly financed with tax-exempt bonds. We worked with the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority, WHEDA, the state housing agency, to preserve the qualified census tract treatment at the end of 2021. That's because that qualified treatment was expiring. And so we have a 2-year window during which we can still get that treatment, which allows the bond financing to work. That expires at the end of this year. And as I alluded to earlier, if we push this out multiple months, we're already, without the pushing of it out, we're planning to close in October. We push it out 2 months, that's the end of the year. And so it really is a very catastrophic delay, unfortunately.
Thank you. So is one of the requirements for WHEDA, just so I fully understand, that they would give you the LIHTC credit only in qualified census tracts? So if the census tract was too rich, or for lack of a better word, it wouldn't be eligible? Is kind of
It's not that it's not that it's not eligible, but we get a boost in our tax credit basis for being in a qualified census tract. That's actually something that the broader affordable housing community, us included, is trying to get amended, because we'd really like that not to be the case where you have to be in a qualified census tract to make that work. But that's a federal law that we've been working on for 10 years and it hasn't moved. So what ends up happening, and what's kind of cool in this case, is we get to put this housing in a non-qualified census tract because it was recently qualified and we preserved it. But to your point, it's a census tract where the incomes have been rising. And so we get this really unique opportunity to develop a bunch of affordable housing in a community where the incomes have been rising, and therefore putting it in sort of a non-concentration area, which to many of us is a very exciting, outcome. WIDA would give us the tax credits. The problem is we wouldn't generate enough tax credits and the gap would be too big. So that's why it doesn't work if it's not in a qualified census tract.
Thank you. That's really helpful. My other question, one of the registrants mentioned the neighbors haven't seen an updated plan of contamination. And I know there's this thing called a materials plan. And can you tell us about the status of that? And is it available yet? Or what's the story there?
The material, so the neighbors haven't seen an updated plan of contamination or an updated site plan with contamination information, but we shared one. I'm going to say it was like towards the end of last year, maybe October or November. And the reason they haven't seen a new one is because there's not a new one. And we explained that basically we had the data that we needed to submit to the WDNR. So we've been working with the WDNR. They've seen drafts of our materials management plan. There are a few nuances with some of the street locations that moved very recently, just like minor tweaks to a curve here or there, but it affects how we finalize the plan. So the plan's not finalized, but will be probably in the next 30 days. And we're happy to share any final plan. But at this point, again, the contamination data that's been drawn over the last several years, we just don't have anything new since the last time we shared it with everybody. So there's nothing new to share.
Okay, just follow-up question, then I'll turn it back to the chair. So is this something that you have to wait until you purchase the property, or is this something you can do and submit once you understand what the street configuration is?
No, we would submit it. We can submit the materials management plan, and I should say we can finalize. We've submitted information back and forth. We can finalize the materials management plan and move it from a draft to a final form before we purchase the property, and that's what we plan to do. We plan to, we need to have that approved by the WDNR, and if it weren't, we would need to make sure that it was, because we don't want to remediate the site in a way that's not acceptable. That would be a problem, and that's not how we're going to do it. So we would plan to have that finalized before we acquire the site. But we need to also be moving forward with things like the TIF at this point to stay on schedule.
Okay, thank you. I know I have more questions, but I will give up the floor to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Before we go on, I just want to ask the body, Christine Elholm raised her hand to speak on item 10 after we had moved on to questions. Is there objection to allowing her 3 minutes on item 10? Seeing no objection, let's go to Christine and then we'll come back to Alder Vitiver.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about, or to react, I should say, to what Kyle Brasser said. It's true that LIC met with Sherman Neighborhood Association. That's a long time ago. It was all by video. So much has happened since then. So many issues have not been answered or addressed. We asked many times for transparency and openness, and we haven't seen it. There are ongoing issues about contamination that Lincoln Avenue Capital is underestimating or putting aside as not of concern, and I don't agree. The notion of collaboration with Sherman Neighborhood Association is not an appropriate word. The participation of Friends of Hartmeyer please be aware, each of you who are listening, that that is one individual, not a neighborhood association of 20 or 25 people. So I appreciate the opportunity to correct that. And moving forward, I ask for far more transparency from the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back then to questions for registrants. Alder Vitever?
Yes, again, question to the same person that we were talking with before. I'm really bad with names, so just apologies.
The development team? Alder?
The development team, yes.
Yep.
My question is about why there is so much parking in this structure.
Sure. So with I guess I'm going to go with the assumption that you're referring to the 303 unit family development, which is, we had a lot of conversations with Plan Commission and Urban Design Commission, city staff, candidly, and even the TIF staff about the parking here. And I think there's a general sort of notion of we should be parking about one parking stall per one apartment unit. But one of the things that hasn't been highlighted in the recent summary is that about half of this building is 3 and 4 bedroom units. So we're really targeting a larger family size than what is common in affordable housing. And so it's really terrible. It's badly needed. But as a result of that, with 3 and 4 bedroom units, we on average are going to have more households that still will need maybe an extra car to get to their jobs. And so we spent a lot of time working closely with city staff. We provided some parking studies and some parking information about other communities that we have and how those are parked. And so although the parking count per unit may look high, the parking count per bedroom is actually on par with or even potentially below what the city would normally see. And I also just want to clarify that although the parking counts are healthy, they're all contained within the building. We don't have any surface parking here. And so that's a real bonus. And we're able to contain them all within the footprints of the building. So they're wrapped by housing units. And so you're not looking at, big parking structures or big parking lots.
And was that parking study done before the Metro Transit redesign?
I don't recall the specific timing. Are you referring to when Metro Transit decided to relocate their station somewhere else, like further from the site?
Well, no, I'm saying that the bus service to the site is extremely good now. And so it just sort of, again, reduces the need for parking. So just wondering if that's something that you would re-examine.
At this point, we aren't able to with the timing that we're under. And again, what we find is we worked closely with multiple departments on the need for parking. And we did reduce it, actually. We reduced it from where we had it. So we came down. But at this point, we aren't able, if we had to go rework our plans, I'm not sure how we would do that in the necessary time.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, questions for registrants?
Yes, I have a lot of questions, actually. How many times were you able to meet with the Alder? I guess I'll ask Kyle.
We met with you one time.
Okay. And then when you talk about the 330 plan development, is that separate from the 550 that we talked about that day?
553 units is the total count of units across 2 developments. There's a senior development with 250 units and a family development with 303 units. I'm sorry if I said 330, that I just must have misspoken.
Okay, no problem. And then the recent, you said the recent summary hasn't been sent around or something on that order. I was trying to catch as you were speaking I was trying to catch questions while you were, I was trying to write my questions while you were speaking. That hasn't been updated. The updated summary hasn't been sent around because
I was explaining.
Finalized? I'm sorry, it's not finalized?
Something called a materials management plan with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has not been finalized. It can't be until we have this final site plan tweaks that have nothing to do with our development, but have to do with the road. But what I was also explaining was that the contamination information that has been shared with the various city staff, members, and we shared it with members during our neighborhood committee meetings as well. That hasn't been shared recently because it hasn't changed. We don't have any, we've done multiple rounds of testing of everything from soils to groundwater, and that's been shared. But this idea that we somehow that we haven't recently shared something, I'm a little bit confused by that, because there's hasn't been anything new and recent to share. That was all done. We 6 months ago or more. And I've heard a couple of people talk about how we engaged too early, which I don't, we almost never get told that. We're always told we engaged too late. We really, sincerely, we've been trying to meet early and often on these issues. And I felt that they had been addressed. And I still do feel that they had been addressed fully. And we have contingency plans in place. And like I mentioned, we're installing components of these buildings that no one is requiring us to install a vapor mitigation system, but it's the responsible thing to do. And it's what we're going to do. And so we've shared a lot of information many times with many different people, which sometimes makes it hard to keep it all straight. But we've shared everything that we've been able to, that we have.
So the updated site plan, you said you had shared with the staff, and I think you said WDR, I didn't catch it. Did you share it with the groups that have been reaching out to you with their concerns? Have you shared it with me?
I believe we've sent to you there's not really an updated site plan. When we talk about the site plan, I'm talking about our building, how our buildings lay out on the various sites. None of that has changed. It just had to do with how the road design was. And it's minor. We're talking about some small changes. And Kevin, my colleague on the phone, could maybe talk more about this specific item, but there is not some substantial change that's been made, and everything that's been shared is still consistent with what we've shared before, or everything that's in front of us is still consistent broadly with what we shared before. So. Okay,
and then you said something about under contract with CBRE. Is that the land contract that the group was asking about, that some of the constituents were asking about, and they were unclear if you had a land contract? So right now you have a land contract on it?
Yeah, the way that these projects typically work is that we enter into a purchase and sale agreement with a land seller to acquire a building after we complete. Usually it's months to a year of due diligence. In this case, it's 2 years of due diligence. And CBRE they are just the broker representing Kraft Heinz, who is the seller. So that's what when Kevin mentioned CBRE, he was talking about the broker who's representing the seller.
And then I was curious with the CBRE, when you did your assigned or your land contract, or you got it assigned so that you guys could get this together, so you could get all your ducks in a row to get money from the city. Did they give you, did they talk about the litigation that the previous owner was in, and the settlement that they had made for contamination, or anything around that at all? Did you guys get information on that?
Yeah, I don't remember specifics about litigation, but we were very aware that there was contamination on the site that needed to be addressed. That was something that we were aware of from the start. And that's also something that's incredibly common in urban development sites like this, especially because most of the sort of quote unquote easy sites to develop have already been developed. So we were aware of it. And they shared with us the data that they had that had also been made public, but they shared directly with us just so we didn't have to go hunting around for it. The data that they had.
I'm sorry. Did you get data on did you get data of why there was a settlement made?
No, they didn't share that with us. And that's I'm sure they're going to keep that confidential from us.
Okay. And
that's why we do our own due diligence. I mean, we hire a professional environmental engineer, SCS engineers, to go out and test and advise and work directly with us, and then also with the WDNR. I mean, you can't.
Did you guys test to the level that they get sued on?
Did we test the what? Level?
Did you test to the levels that they get sued on?
I don't know how to answer that question, because we have all of the data that they had, and then we added to it. So I would say we went further. And by the way, when we added to it, nobody required us to do that. That was our own choice. So So I would say we tested beyond the levels that they got sued on. And I will tell you, and it won't mean as much coming from me, but if you speak with your city engineering staff, they will tell you that the contamination here on this site, based on all the investigation that's been done by us and the previous site owners, is similar to, or frankly, less kind of contaminated than a lot of the East Washington Avenue corridor that's been developed already. So there has also during this process been this sort of narrative that there's some hazardous materials here. Most of the things we've tested, they come back below any level where anything needs to be done. And again, we're still going to install a vapor mitigation system regardless of that. We're still going to go through these. So
I have a question without going too far onto that. So like when you're talking about like hazardous in East Washington, and we're talking about the clinic, I think the UW that they had to do a lot of mitigation on and had materials such as arsenic, a poison. So that's what you're talking about?
I'm talking about, arsenic is one of the items. Yeah. There are other, that's not a vapor causing contaminant, but there are other contaminants that could cause vapor that we haven't found in concentrations that are known to cause vapor, in like intrusion problems into radon is an example. That's not a good one because that's not what we're talking about here, although the system will take care of that as well. But it's something that is absorbed through the air as opposed to arsenic as a surface contaminant. So that's different, but we've tested for all those things.
And they came out clear, is what you're trying to say?
Well, they either came out clear or they came out to where we have plans to remediate, to clean up the portions of the site if there's anything that needs to be cleaned up.
I know that, and I haven't been able to share this with the constituents because I thought that you guys were getting together on July 10th. Is that correct? You're going to meet with a lot of the neighborhood that's concerned about the development. You were going to meet with them on July 10th.
Yeah, and I'll be honest that I saw in some correspondence earlier today, and now with this question, I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding on our end. We've met with Sherman Neighborhood Association at least 3 times, and they just said, "Hey, would you come back and give us an update?" That was the request. I thought, so we're happy to meet with them about whatever. They asked us in, I think it was the end of May. It was like May 31st. On like May 29th, they said, "Hey, can you come meet with us?" And we were both out of town, so we couldn't make that meeting.
If they asked you at any other times to meet, like, yeah, maybe.
Well, they maybe asked us for an update.
March,
update
January, February, April, May.
No, I don't think so. I think they've asked us over email. Request? I think they've asked us over email for some updates. And we've always sent them an update with basically nothing's changed since we last talked, or here's what's changed. But really, I think the only time we sent an email update, it was what's changed. And the answer was nothing. And it was kind of like, can you come meet with us in a couple of days? And we couldn't make it work. So that this July, this was just our second attempt at finding a meeting, and it worked. But if I had known,
it would hurt to meet with the neighborhood, given that this is,
no, that's why we're doing it. But if I had known that this was going to become somebody trying to say we haven't been collaborative or trying to meet, I would have canceled my vacation and met with them instead. But nobody said, "Hey, we're really concerned about the TIF." They just said, "Could you come and give us an update?" Those are 2 totally different things. And I don't.
Let me ask you about the TIF. When did that come about? Is that when I sponsored the TIF to go through? Is that when the TIF, you're being eligible for the TIF money came about?
No, we've been working with city staff for 2 years on that too. And we've talked with the neighborhood about it as well.
Okay. So they're totally clear on the TIF. You've done your presentations on TIF with them?
With who? The neighborhood?
Yeah. The neighborhoods, the people that are concerned, the constituents in the district that are concerned.
Well, we've explained to them that we would be seeking TIF, that we'd be seeking tax increment financing. Oftentimes all this kind of goes together. So like we talked with the city about, we talked to the neighborhood about the site plan. We talked about the buildings. We talked about the fact that we were requesting TIF. I have done TIF in a lot of different jurisdictions, and it's not normal that I would have then set up a separate meeting to go through the specifics of the TIF. We rely on the city staff and consultants to sort of work through those specifics. So again, I apologize if someone didn't, if I didn't understand, but nobody said, "Hey, we want to talk to you about the TIF. We have a lot of questions about the TIF."
Do you know if there's been a TIF meeting held in the district?
So, Alder, let me pause just for a second because it's an opportunity for me to just make sure we're all clear. The formation of the TID is not on today's agenda, and so that's not a topic that we can discuss. What's on today's agenda is the question of providing TIF loans to the developer on 2 projects.
Okay, so let me just finish then asking my questions. I just have a couple of more. In between when there was an Alder, when Alder Abbas was, retired and better had yet to be appointed, were there any meetings that were held during that time period that you were able to, and then my second part to that is, were you able to reach out to the constituents that had been reaching out to you to meet with them to keep them updated?
The meetings that took place between the Alder transition and then when you were elected, we actually had multiple city meetings, including the approval of the certified survey map, at which environmental concerns were raised at that meeting as well. And we addressed them and spoke to them exactly the same way as we did this evening. So that was discussed in a very public forum. We didn't have any, scheduled neighborhood meetings during that time. So no, I don't think we did, but we also weren't asked by the neighborhood to provide an update. And typically what happens is once you go through the planning process and a development is approved, you perhaps provide an update to the neighborhood right before you start construction or something like that. But the process, as far as we understood it, had effectively ended until they asked us to come and provide an update. So
sure. When was it? That's a good point. When was it approved?
The certified survey map?
Whatever the thing that you just referred to, the last thing that you referred to.
Yeah, the certified survey map was approved it was approved in December.
Okay, so there was not an Alder there. And then was there something in approval like in March or April, maybe the first day that we got sworn in as new Alders? Do you know if there was any other approvals?
I don't recall that, and I'm sorry, I don't think so. There may have been something with respect to the roads or something, but I don't have that level of, I don't remember.
Okay.
We've been to a lot of public meetings on this, so I'm sorry, I don't, it's all running together a little bit.
Yeah. And then the other 2 questions I have, real light questions here, is why did you talk about the gap is so big, and you talked about essentially this being a second tier top property. In other words, all the good land is gone and now it's a second tier land, and the understanding that no developer in the right mind would just come in and find out what's going on with the land and then make an offer, right? So why do you need a boost? Why is the gap too big?
So the gap is too big because the way that an affordable housing development like this is financed, we use a vehicle called the Low Income Housing Tax Credit, and we generate something called tax credit basis, which is what determines how many tax credits we get. And then, by the way, sell those to an investor. That's how we raise the funds for this. But our basis is determined on the amount of costs that we spend in a qualified census tract, just because of the way that the legislation at the federal level has been written for the last 37 years. We get a boost to our basis, an increase in our basis if it's in a qualified census tract. Without that boost, the financing gap is huge, and it's something way too big. Like TIF could never cover it. Like affordable, all the funds in the world, it's just too big. It doesn't work. That's a problem at the federal level, but that's just kind of how these projects work.
And would any of the funds that you get a boost from, would they go to some kind of remediation or mediation of the contaminants?
Well, the whole project budget goes to all kinds of different things. It's sort of, you don't have unless you have a specific, say source of funding for one specific item, like a cleanup grant. Other than that, your budget kind of is fungible, and you use those funds for the appropriate projects or appropriate costs as needed. Now, TIF gets segmented a little bit, but the overall tax credit, that just kind of fills in wherever it can, because that's how you have to find. So it's not like they're the boost. So yes, the boost funds, I guess, technically go towards cleanup, just like they go towards building, just like they go towards kind of everything else. But I also wanted to clarify, I wasn't saying that this is less desirable land. I was saying this is harder to develop because it is contaminated, and everybody's developed the easy parcels.
Yeah.
So the ones that are just like clean and green and whatever, like those have mostly been taken care of. Yeah.
Yeah. And so why, for the group to know, why would a developer, especially in your situation with, well, I'll ask you, I won't assume that this will be your second project as in partnership with Lincoln as, divisions of some kind of movement there. Is that correct? Or did I misframe that?
No, in the city of Madison, yes. But we have other developments outside of Madison. This is not just our second project with Lincoln Avenue Capital.
Okay. And then why wouldn't the developer take on a second tier, and that's my words, land?
Why would we?
Yeah, why wouldn't they just see what's going on, go down, 100 feet? Yeah, why would they just say, hey,
No.
You had said.
My comment was, let me try to clarify. My comment was simply that we have had a really collaborative process, despite what some people are implying. And we've worked really closely with the various public entities and neighborhoods for a long time. During that process, we've all made a lot of progress. When you do a development like this that has a public financing request like TIF, it has a low-income housing tax credit request like we have in front of us. There's a lot more public sort of scrutiny and the ability for the public parties to work collaboratively with a developer.
I guess my question was, why would the developer just, I forget what they call it. I want to say it's forecasting. There's a specific real estate term. I was a little bit in real estate development 10 years. And there's a term like, why wouldn't you just prospect a second tier property like this? Why wouldn't you just prospect it? Put your own money into it.
You mean just like buy it and then figure it out? I don't know that I follow the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you just, I think it's called prospecting, where you go in and you see what's wrong and everything like that. But you purchase it first. Why wouldn't you? I'm trying to get at why wouldn't you?
That's just really, the risk profile there is extreme. For not just because of contamination, because of there's title issues, there's all kinds of things. You need a due diligence period to understand what you're dealing with, and that would be a good way to make a bad investment. And so we choose to spend a lot of time investigating up front, as do almost all developers. I don't know many people who are like the land prospecting business in 2023. That's not really very common anymore. And it's because it's just highly, highly risky.
Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, I think unless there's objection from the body, we'll continue to take items 9 and 10 together. And so on items 9 and 10, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt items 9 and 10. All right, let's proceed then. Are there questions for staff on items 9 and 10? Alder Rummel? You're muted, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll unmute. I do have a couple of questions about the proposal is that we would use the full 55% by policy for the assistance. And my question is more about what public improvements do we plan to invest in? Do any of them involve contamination remediation, or is it just kind of the street infrastructure?
Alder, we have a number of staff here. I'm going to look to one of the three Matts.
One of the Matts, Joe.
Matt Miklajewski wants to take this one.
Sure. Thank you, Alder Rummel. Right now, what's before you this evening is the specific request for funding for the private component of this project. There's a parallel process, though, that we're working through where we're looking at the TID project plan for the entire area, and that'll be before the Finance Committee later this summer. As you've indicated, there are going to be new streets constructed as part of this project. There's going to be new parkland added as part of this project. Through the upcoming project plan, there's going to be proposals for some new business development programs in the north side within this new TIF district. I don't know that there is a specific line item under consideration for remediation specifically for any of those items, but you know, certainly remediation is a TIF eligible expense. As Mr. Brasser indicated, there's going to be remediation activity associated with this development project, which has already been identified. In the future, if there were additional projects that required additional remediation, certainly that would be a TIF eligible expense that could be funded out of the new TID. Does that answer the
It's
question?
helpful to know that there's going to be a separate piece that goes with this. And maybe, Matt, if you could take a moment and just do the TIF 101 at the highlight level about blight and what is counted. Somebody in the testimony mentioned something. And, you know, when I first learned about TIF, there was in me that thing I started calling plot device, and it's a real thing. But can you put the better...
So, Alder, I'm going to just pause you because the formation of the TID is not on today's agenda.
But somebody, okay, Mayor, but somebody mentioned about blight, and I just thought maybe we could take a moment to have Matt talk about, you know, the why blight seems like such a loaded idea. But if you think it's out of order, that's...
I think it's not. It strays a little far from the TIF loan question. The formation of the TID will be back in front of finance in not too long, I think, Matt, is that right? When that would be the appropriate time to talk about what the definitions of blight and how we form TIDs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, questions for staff?
Yeah, if I could just ask Matt, do you know when the entire TID district will be coming up?
I am not. So we have formally started the process of creating this TID. We've had our initial TID Joint Review Board meeting. The project plans have been introduced to council. They are actually at Plan Commission this evening. They could actually be being discussed as we speak at Plan Commission. And then I think the plan was to go to the next Finance Committee. So looking at my calendar, I believe the next Finance Committee is July 17th. So I believe that will be the day that they will be before you here.
And then also, I'm sorry. So I sponsored the TID, and I did spend time with the gentleman that do TID. I spent a couple of hours with them about TID, and I had known about TID a little bit before, but we did get into the nitty gritties, and I'm satisfied that is, you know, TID is, you know, it would bring an economic engine to the area. Is it normal that it would go, a project like this would go rapid fire through this process within 2 weeks? Like, is it normal that the planning would be looking at the TID district on the same night that we're addressing a very contentious project?
So there are times, what we try to do is we try to have what's called a generator project, of which this is. And what we try to do is we want to have that generator project in place at the time that we set up the TID. Admittedly, there are times when the award of funding for a specific project is completely approved before the TID district is even started. So that certainly happens. But there's nothing to say that this process that is occurring this evening is in any way out of line, because we, you know, came to resolution on an award of TIF support. The award of TIF support is going to be before you and the council before the project plan as a whole. So it's perfectly within the realm of order to proceed as we are proceeding.
And then my other question is it in the realm of order, or in the past, have you had situations where a project is, that's kind of separated a little bit because of some issues from the whole TID district? Is there a process where you can merge them so that people can have time to, get their questions answered and get the information they need, and people can come together for a solution for economic development that everybody wants? Do you know how would that be done?
Well, the creation of the TID district is really an entirely separate process from the approval of a development loan for a specific project. And from a timing perspective, when it comes to creating a TID district, we have to basically have everything created by the end of September. And so we're on track to do that. We try to have the project that's going to receive funding go through the process before the TID is created, which is the current track that we're on, where the award of funding for the project is happening sooner. I think the issue in this case, as Mr. Brasser alluded to, is really the way that the funding is structured for this project means that from the developer's perspective, they need to know that they have an award of city funding sooner rather than later, so that they can meet their other funding requirements. So in this case, I don't think that the issue is the timing of the TID versus the timing of the loan. The issue is the timing of the loan approval relative to other financial needs of the developer.
And as far as you can see it, being the expert in economics and whatnot, and I know that you've been around the block for quite a long time, over a decade. I won't quote how much, because I don't have the exact number. I would like to say that I did, but I don't. Is there any way? What would you suggest if you were an alder, in a way to get the general questions answered and people to be able to have a conversation and come together? Is there enough time in your expertise to do that without killing the time and the effort that the developers need to get the money? Because this is all about getting the money, not killing a loan, not killing a process. Is there any space in there to have a meeting where folks can just get together and go over this in relation to the TID TIF approval?
So for the TID TIF approval, there are going to be multiple additional steps in the process where the public can have input on the TID creation. There's the Plan Commission hearing this evening. There's going to be the future Finance Committee meeting on the 17th. There'll then be the council meeting on August 1st, and then there'll be a joint review board meeting scheduled later in August. So there are 3 more opportunities after tonight for members of the public to weigh in on the creation of the TID. And certainly to the extent that members of the public have questions about the creation of the TID, they can certainly ask them, and we can try to forward a response between now and later in August when the Joint Review Board approves the project.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
In terms of the item before you this evening, the negotiation of an approval of the TIF loan agreement, we have a project before you that fully is in line with the city's TIF policy. There are no TIF policies being included. Our TIF staff have worked with the development team for probably almost a year on negotiating this transaction. And as always, they've been very thorough in their review and their underwriting of the project. And in terms of the award of funds to this specific project, from a staff perspective, I think we're there. I'm not sure what more we can do to examine the project, and I'm not sure really there's much more we can do in the way of sort of educating constituents from the perspective that we've sort of done the due diligence, we've identified the gap, it falls within policy, and it's before you this evening, and staff recommends approval.
is there any, so let me ask you a different way, if somebody recommended that we just delay this a couple of weeks to give time for the developer to meet, with the concerns, because, it blows up my email, and I've spent all weekend talking to people and whatnot. Does it damage it if it all comes together at the end of the month? Is there a damage there?
I mean, yes, our understanding is that the developer, and this is the case of all developers, they have certain timelines that they need to meet. And to the extent that we continue to push off this loan, this supportive TIF support, it could be damaging to the developer. I'm also not sure what more we as staff can do in terms of the actual loan agreement. As I mentioned before, we can certainly have conversations around the new TID and broader aspects of the TID, but I'm not really sure that there's anything we could do over another couple of weeks to assuage any concerns relative to the loan specifically.
Okay, so is there anything that you can see with your expertise, having been around and being a party neutral about it, that we could do to address their genuine concerns and the genuine all around? And I think the developers will agree with me here that sometimes we just don't know. We might get in the project and then it's really bad. So what's that process? What is the out there? What does the neighborhood, how do they get to have a say?
I mean, relative to the TIF loan agreements specifically, because I think there's two different aspects to this question. There's concerns that individuals have about the project, and then there's concerns about the TIF loan agreement. And we structure our TIF loan agreements we include a variety of mechanisms to help protect the city. One is upfront as we underwrite the project. We push back on assumptions to really take a conservative approach to the underwriting. Assuming the award of the loan funds are approved, then we enter into a loan agreement that specifies a certain steps that need to occur in order for funds to be dispersed in the project. And that loan agreement likewise has some protections to help, again, protect the investment of TIF into the project and the underlying taxing jurisdictions. I mean, there's not a single real estate development project out there that is without risk. Real estate development is inherently risky. And so it's not really possible to fund any TIF projects that have zero risk, but we certainly strive to minimize the exposure to the city and the other underlying taxing jurisdictions.
And when is this going in front of the council again? It's going in the front of the council for final approval on July 11th. I'd like to pull up my calendar and say, but I'm going to say that gives us about 12 days.
Yes, it'll be before council on July 11th.
Any additional questions, Alder?
No.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I actually have one, and I'm not sure if this is for Matt M or Matt W, but can someone update us on the status of the land use process for this project? I think it'd just be good to remind folks where they are in that approval process. Matt Wachter?
I just need a minute to look it up because I also don't remember every project exactly where it is, but we can find that.
Thank you. Just go ahead and raise your hand when you have that. We'll proceed. Thank you. All right. So seeing no other questions for staff, we'll move into discussion. Alder Latimer Burris, did you want to go first?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. So I had sent, I was asking the finance committee to refer it, just to a later date, a decision. like I said, I spent time with, it's not about the staff and it's not about their work. I spent a lot of time with the TID and TIF district people, even that at the state senate, I had spent like a year on that. I've even learned more. And I thought it's a good thing. And we're going to be one of the highest areas that are going to have an economic benefit. That said, I'm concerned about, let me also say this. I also am not anti-development or don't think that, the developer should go ahead. We had a nice conversation. What I'm concerned about is putting the cart before the horse. And because Oscar Mayer is such a big project, and it's one of the biggest projects in the city, and because it's been contentious, and it was contentious for a long time, and because I know that I came to the understanding from walking the property, talking to the developer one time, I have not talked to city staff. I haven't had a chance to do that. I've read a lot of stuff, that there's some unanswered basic questions, and I was hoping that it could be delayed so that we can have time to have a public hearing on it, and we can get all these issues up front, and people can just start talking to each other and coming to, some kind of understanding or agreement. Because I think somewhere between us having an alder and not, the communication went down. If I take everybody at face value, which I do, both sides, I would say that there was no communication. And I'm new on this job, and we have a lot to learn and a lot to go forth. So I think it's appropriate for me to be able to meet with staff. And I think it's appropriate for us to be able to, meaning us, the developers, the staff, the constituents, and the alder, to have a community meeting where people can go down and get into the nitty gritty. All sides are very committed to this, and all sides are like very scientific. And I mean, it's not like I haven't spent any time. It's like almost too much time. But the problem is some of the questions haven't been answered. Like I asked the land contract question before, it came back, it got answered tonight. And so I just think that we should do things in a transparent way that's committed, that gives people time, that makes people comfortable, or says, hey, we've asked that questions and here's the answer. So that's why I had asked it to be referred to the end of August, beginning of September, and now hearing from Kyle and Kevin, it seems like it's going to, delay their loans. But I'd still like to have some kind of short meeting where people can actually get their things, get everything answered up front, so that we don't have to do this back and forth at every single step. And we can say, yeah, this is a problem, or this is a problem we don't know about, we're unsure about, instead of just doing what we're doing. Because it's also puts staff in a difficult position, because they have to they have to, it's like the standard thing, it's kind of like, I use the policing example, where it's like, that's not, sometimes it's an unfair standard. So the other thing I wanted to say, I'm not too late. Do I still have time there?
Yes, Alder, you have the floor.
Okay. Let's see. I did send, let me see what I said. Let me see, excuse me here. I just had sent a letter to, Urban Assets and to, which is a consultant for Kyle and Kevin. And just saying, it's not, this is not like, I am concerned about the environment, and it's not environmental activism. It's like, we're going to put people in, and like, it's going to be a lot easier if people can get their questions answered directly from the people that they need to get it, rather than it just being in this form or, through me. And I know that a lot of constituents have been asking these questions for like 8 months, and they haven't gotten direct, clear, transparent, hit it on the head answer. And maybe there wasn't any answers to give. I don't know what happened. I haven't talked to staff about this, so I'd like the opportunity to do that as well. That's
Thank
it.
you, Alder. I think Mr. Wachter has the answer on the land use question.
Yes, so conditional use approval occurred in December of last year. And then, as was mentioned earlier, the subdivision, the CSM has also been approved. So land use is complete.
So the council has approved this project with respect to land use.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, Mayor? Follow up to that?
Go ahead, Latimer Burris.
So in December, there wasn't any, there's no alder, right? There's no, I think Syed had left already by then.
Alder, I don't have that time frame in my head.
I'm pretty sure that it was an empty space.
Thank you, Alder. We're back to discussion. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting referral. The issue before us is about funding. It's about, should we use TIF as a funding mechanism for this project? The questions in the opposition to the project itself have been before members of Common Council and other bodies for 3 years now. Many of these same voices, for example, opposed the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. We have staff present here, the city's hydrologists, who have answered questions repeatedly. Staff has answered questions repeatedly about the environmental concerns. But we're talking about funding for the project, not the project itself. Should we accept a funding mechanism that is often used to help affordable housing projects pencil out? And that gap exists because it's expensive to subsidize affordable units. So it makes no sense for us to refer this. Notwithstanding Alder Latimer Burris's desire to represent concerns of our constituents, these are not new. These same voices in opposition to this special area plan and to this project have come before this body and said the same thing. We are relitigating at this point the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan ad infinitum. And frankly, it's tiring. These questions have been answered. Some people don't like the answers they've been given, but the answers have been given and there's been a ton of engagement. So I ask my colleagues to move ahead and approve the TIF funding for this project, a much needed project of affordable housing in comporting with the approved Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems to me that all the things that Alder Evers said, I don't disagree with, but it does seem to me that we could refer this to our July 17th Finance Committee and have it come back to the August 1st council meeting. If some can tell me that is not possible, I'd like to hear that. And, I'm always thinking of ways to get things done. Another way would be, to vote for this, and then the TIF plan, which, is the bigger thing with everything inside of it, will also come back August 1st. So if Alder Latimer Burris has her neighborhood meeting on July 10th, hopefully she could invite, economic development staff to help talk about this proposal and this TIF. So those are like two options. I think I'm not ready yet to make, until I hear more people talk, but to make that, because I think there's more than one way forward. But having said both those ideas, what strikes me about this whole thing is the developer knew about the potential for TIF, but the alder and the neighbors only learned about it when the alder was, outreach to sponsor the resolution. And that happened to me too, for a TIF that's part of my district. I had no idea until a couple of weeks ago that, a TIF was in the works. So I understand how that would feel a little bit like, okay, now this, and not understand maybe how it fit together or how it might be good or what are the issues. So I just want to say that, when staff knows something for a year and the alder really only learns 3 weeks ago, there does seem to be some kind of like disconnect, and maybe it was the uniqueness of District 12, but that said, I'll pass now. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
If you want to go to Alder Madison, can you come back to me?
Sure.
Thank
Alder
you.
Madison.
Thanks, Mayor. I really just have a clarifying question. I believe Kevin and Kyle mentioned the July 10th. Is that being held by someone else? Because at least I didn't think that there was a regular neighborhood meeting, or I could be wrong. Maybe Alder Latimer Burris has organized a neighborhood meeting, but it seems like they were being asked to attend something that was already sort of scheduled.
Yeah, Alder Latimer Burris, do you want to respond?
Yeah, so basically what we had decided, of course, I've been talking to all parties a lot. And what we had decided is that for July 10th, we would ask the neighborhood to come and also, staff to come to that. That was just decided, I guess about however long I hit the road. So I guess whatever day that was, I think that was like Friday or maybe it was Thursday. And it's something we're going to work on right when we get back to bring people together. Now, the concern was the next day, the city council votes on it, like the very next day. So I kind of, it's my district, but I would ask you to at least defer it until, to push it out to August 1st. That's, I think that's how it lines up. Matt will have to correct us, or whoever it is that takes care of the exact calendaring, but that gives us a little bit of time. But yes, so that's a neighborhood meeting that that we could have expanded. I've been talking to my constituents.
So I'm sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Alder Latimer Burris, were you finished? Yes, Alder Madison.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor. So just to clarify, this is a meeting that another group organized that you're working to get people to attend, or did you set out to organize it and they're all coming to your? I guess I'm just trying to understand what Kyle and Kevin were. My interpretation was that there's a body or group already having a meeting and they were coming to provide whatever this latest, news is. And so you're saying that you're trying to encourage people now to come to this. Is that correct?
So Alders, I'm going to allow another exchange on this, but it's pretty far from the topic which is before us, which is the question of TID funding.
Yeah, we're trying to, consolidate, if you will, and maybe it's not appropriate to kill two birds with one stone, but we're trying to just consolidate and get this done. They had been talking about, the group had been talking about, it's actually several groups that dovetail into, one big group, but they had been talking about, individually, trying to get information and whatnot. So it just seemed like the best thing is to have one big meeting. Mm-hmm. I haven't had my neighborhood meeting in District 12 yet, like the whole overall meeting. I've gone to the neighborhood associations and whatnot, but yeah, it seemed like we could get this done. It's just about people sitting at the table and being able to ask questions. That's it. We've got experts, we have the staff, we've got the developers, we've got, people that are, experts in being concerned. And I just don't see the problem with people being able to talk.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on items 9 and 10? Alder Rummel?
I'll make a motion to refer this item to our meeting of July 17th with the understanding it would come back to, if approved, to the August 1st Common Council meeting.
Sorry, Alder, July 17th and then 8/1, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion purposes, but it normally would go to the July 25th Common Council meeting. Was that, if I could ask, Mayor, was that purposeful, the maker of the motion?
I wasn't thinking about that, Alder. Thank you. I just wrote down from Matt's recital of when things are showing up, the August 1st. So I'm happy to change it to coming to the July 25th Common Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second for discussion purposes.
Moved and seconded, referral to the 717 Finance and the 725 Council. Alder Rummel, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I do think it's a project we'll end up supporting, but I do want to respect that even though the neighbors have been talking with Lincoln Capital and they seem like good partners, this is something new to them. And I know that TIF is something that's sometimes complex for people, and I would like them to have an opportunity to get down in the weeds and understand what is involved. And then, you know, maybe they will come back and support this and surprise some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers on the motion to refer.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. The opposition that we've heard tonight has nothing to do with TIF itself, very little anyway. It's a repeat of the litany of obstruction and misinformation regarding environmental contamination. We've been hearing this for 3 years. I'm not convinced that folks will change their minds. They're opposed to this project. They haven't spoken of, against the idea of using sources like affordable housing funds or TID funding or tax incremental financing. They're spoken about, that this will create, too much density, or this will even people suggested it will create blight, and that suggested it will, create problems like we are having at the M block of Meadowland and the other affordable housing projects. Comments that I found actually quite distasteful, but nobody, very little of all the things we've heard tonight, very little about this financing tool. So I am not convinced that additional meetings will change people's minds about this affordable housing project that's much needed and has been part of the overall Oscar Mayer special area plan. There's no deviation. We're not talking about making a change to a very important plan that we all approve that's very exciting and brings good things to the East Side. We're talking about financing for that, but people are using that as a way of bringing back their opposition to their project. Their intent is to kill this project. So I am not in favor of delay. I don't think anything will be accomplished. I don't think minds will be changed. They haven't been changed yet at the multiple meetings where the same objections have been voiced, and they're not going to be changed moving forward. It does not mean that voices aren't being heard. People will claim their voices aren't being heard when they don't get their way. But in the democratic process, you get to have voice, but voice does not mean veto. This is a project that we should move forward with, and I ask my colleagues to approve the use of TID funds for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris. Alder, you're muted.
Yeah, yep. So I don't think that just because somebody has been here before, goodness, how many times do we have to go with the civil rights movement where we had to go ask, and Lord, if we talked about Juneteenth, we have to be asked to be free 100 times, It's not about the times that you ask. And if we know that with PFAS, I wasn't even listening in the beginning. I was like, oh, they're just complaining and all of a sudden we found something different. So that's not an argument. And they did bring up in the beginning, some of the people that were speaking did bring up the use of funds. I'm not against the TIF. I'm for people getting their questions answered. And when they have the questions answered, if it's not the right answer, that's not the answer they like, that's a whole different ballgame. But the reverse of whatever my colleague argued can be true as well. Like to say, we're just going to shut it down because we're tired of listening to these people, that's not democratic either. So I don't think that there's a hurt. I would ask you to consider your own districts and how you want to be able to provide people the best constituents and customer service. That's what we're here for. Even when we get annoyed, even when people call us 10 times and we think that they've got problems and stuff, we don't want to hear from them. And when they're homeless and all that stuff, we don't even, we don't want to go there. And we don't want to deal with it. Too bad. That's what we're here for.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue. Oh, Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share my thoughts very briefly here. I have the utmost respect for the Alder of the district, Alder Latimer Burris, and for the Sherman Neighborhood Association and their respective requests for referral tonight to allow for further conversation amongst stakeholders. And as a result of that, and because I haven't heard anything definitively tonight that would jeopardize this excellent project, I do plan to support the motion to refer this for one meeting only. Failing that, I will vote to support recommending each of these resolutions favorably to the council. I do support both resolutions. I do think it is a fair statement to make that as it relates to this committee's jurisdiction, these two budget amendments and TIF loans that are proposed are consistent with our adopted policies, asking no exceptions, and are worth being supported by the Finance Committee. I'll also say, and perhaps this is more to the development team and to other interested parties, stakeholders listening, that each of these resolutions require a supermajority vote of the council to be adopted. They're both budget amendments requiring 15 votes of the council. So whether it be the council meeting of July 11th or the council meeting of July 25th, if there isn't really constructive conversation amongst stakeholders in the ensuing weeks, I do think that this financing could be jeopardized because of the supermajority votes that are required. So I just encourage all parties to do everything they can to come together and meet. I appreciate that there's a community meeting scheduled on July 10th, and I hope that answers all the questions. Hope that city staff might be invited to that meeting, especially TIF staff, to answer any questions about tax incremental financing. But anyway, I just wanted to take a moment to explain my rationale here. I completely agree that most all of the concerns we've heard from stakeholders and neighbors, at least I, as an alder that's been here more than a few months, have heard before in public venues. But I do, out of respect for the alder of the district, do plan to support referral for one meeting and one meeting only to allow for those community conversations to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is referral to the 717 Finance Committee and the 725 Council. Anticipating disagreement. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I'll ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Curry.
No.
Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Madison.
You're muted, Alder.
All right. No.
Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Mayor, that's 3 ayes and 3 noes.
With 3 ayes and 3 noes, the motion fails. So we're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adoption of items 9 and 10. And we'll move on to item 14, which is Legistar 78527, the 2023 Internal Audit Annual Plan. Dave, am I turning this to you?
Yes, you are, Mayor. And Cola and Contola should be in the meeting as well. Cole will be sharing his screen. Stefan, I hope you're there to allow that to happen. Just run through a couple of slides. What's before you in this item is the annual plan for internal audit. We were before the committee a few weeks ago, talking about internal audit, what it means, the process that we'll be following, and let you know that we would be back with a plan. And attached to Legistar is that plan, along with a charter for how internal audit will do its business. And so COLA just has a couple slides he'll work through. And what we would ask then is once we make this report, if it all looks acceptable, that will be referred to council to accept the report so that we can begin moving ahead with the 2 audits that are planned for this year. And we'll obviously have a longer list when we have a full year to work with on these audits. So Cole, I'll turn it over to you to walk through the slides.
And you should be able to share your screen. There you go.
Yep, we can see it, Cola.
Can you all see my screen, please? Good evening.
We can, yes.
Okay. Good evening, all, and thanks for being here tonight. My name is Kola Awole Akitola. I'm the Internal Audit Manager for the Finance Department. Today, like David said, we will look at the Internal Audit Plan. Is an annual plan which outlines the internal audit function activities for a particular period, usually 1 year. The annual plan states the annual objective, the scope, the approach that will be adopted by the internal audit function in conducting an independent and objective assessment of the city's operation, the system, the processes, and systems of control. What this means is that it states out what we are going to do, how the objective of our audit when we want to audit a unit or a department within the city. It also states the period at which we will be looking at, which is our scope, the approach we will adopt, which is risk-based in nature, and how we will go about it, being independent. Being independent means that we are distinct from the units that we are auditing. We are not part of their operational activities. And so we can give a third-party assessment without being biased and without a premeditated conclusion about the operations, the systems. The operations include the programs of these agencies and departments. It also includes their financial operations, their IT systems, their processes, looking at ways of improving on the processes, and also given the leadership of the city, the assurance about the existence, the efficiency, and effectiveness of the internal control system that management are expected to put in place. The purpose of the internal audit plan is to ensure that the internal audit activities aligns with the organizational objectives and goals. We want to make sure that whatever we are doing is not contradicting the goals and the objective of the city, and also to provide assurance on the risk management, the internal control, and governance process. The annual plan this year has identified some areas where we will look into few agencies, and that will also be the process. It will look at the agencies and cities' processes to be audited on the result of the risk assessment. In 2021, 2022, Baker Tilly conducted a risk assessment on the city's agencies, and the result was shared with the finance department, which shows the risks to which each of the agencies have been identified as risks inherent in their operations. As part of best practices, we will also perform a yearly risk assessment. In order, because we know that risks are not static. The operation of an organization of a unit this year, the goal or what the plans for this year might be different from what it was in the previous year. So the risk attributed to that goal will be different from what it was 2 years ago. So our goal is to perform a yearly risk assessment of the processes and check compliance with regulatory requirements. As part of the process, and as stated in the Code of Ordinance, that the internal audit plan will be, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I think that was an error. Okay. Yeah, what? All right. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, as part of as stated in the Code of Ordinance, we are expected to present our annual plan to the Common Council and to the Finance Committee for its approval before it becomes operational. So this year, 2023, this is our plan. We will review the City of Madison's municipal courts with the intention to look at the city's judicial system, its operation, financial recording, and procedures, particularly knowing fully well that the city's the judiciary's financial reporting is not included in minutes. We want to make sure that we were able to assess their processes, their system of recording, so as to give assurance to the leadership of the city on the effectiveness of internal control over financial reporting, compliance with processes as stated in the city's policies, and also to ensure that the value that the city is expected to have, or the residents of the city of Madison is expected to have, as relates to judicial operations, are achieved. We want to look at ensuring that they have standard operating procedures in place that shows what is needed to be done. We will also look at the City of Madison's Park Division when we will review the park system and operations, which include a system of cash management. We want to make sure that there is insufficient internal control in place as it relates to cash handling and cash management. As part of our plan for this year, we will work with the external auditors in looking at the City of Madison's single audit. The single audit is the audit of our grant, ensuring that we comply with the processes for grant applications, grant reporting, and particularly ensuring that for every grant that the city received has been used for the purpose for which it was intended. Like I said the other time, we will continue to assess the risk to which the agencies and the city's enterprise is exposed to by our operation. So by the fourth quarter of the year, we will perform another risk assessment, which will identify areas that we will audit in the year 2024. We will continue to assess the internal control system within the city, across the city. We intend to perform cash count and cash limited controls review around all areas of the city's enterprise where cash is collected. We want to make sure that there is enough control in place to ensure that funds that are collected on behalf of the city eventually gets to the city's coffers. Citywide internal control spot check is intended to establish that we have internal control in place across the citywide. We will take samples of internal key controls that different agencies have implemented in their operations. We will test to see that it does not only exist, it's also achieving the purpose for which the controls have been established. And finally, this year, we will look at our grant control reviews. The goal is to ensure that the controls around our grant processes, grant administration is effective, and it's also achieving the purpose for which it has been established. This is also a way to reduce the exposure that the city might have, or the form of reports that the external auditors may have on us at the end of the year when our account is reviewed. The Internal Audit Charter is a formal document that defines the internal audit purpose, its authority, its scope, responsibility of the internal audit function within an organization. It also establishes the role of the internal audit unit within the city's governance structure, provides a framework for conducting audits in a systematic and a consistent manner. The charter also helps us to ensure that we are independent, we are objective at what we do, and with effectiveness in the internal audit function. A typical internal audit charter will conclude the following: the purpose of the audit. The purpose states the reason why the internal audit is doing what the internal audit is doing, our independence, our objectivity. The authority is our, The authority includes the right that we have to do what we are doing. The scope, we speak at areas where our job, our work we covered. This helps us to look at what, from the result of the risk assessment that is performed, it will identify the scope of the audit, that is the areas of risk that are inherent in the units, that in the agency that we are auditing, and identifying the high-risk areas and making sure that we review all of the risks that has been identified in the process of performing the engagement risk assessment. Our responsibilities are primarily, it includes conducting risk assessment, monitoring compliance with regulations and laws, detecting and preventing fraud. It also includes providing advisory services on process improvement and internal control system. Independence and the auditor's independence and objectivity highlight the role of the auditor to be distinct from their in their reporting. Independence has to do with the process of in the internal audit reporting function. We report to a regulatory body within the system, and then we have to be. We are not part of these units. We are not performing management services within the units that we are auditing. Objectivity means that we are not biased at what we do. It states that we act with utmost integrity, and professional standard refer to relevant professional standard that guides the internal audit function. This might include professional bodies such as Institute of Internal Auditors and other applicable frameworks and regulation. Speaking about reporting and communication, this outlines the reporting structure for internal audit findings and stakeholder communication. How do we communicate our audit findings to the management of the agency that has been audited, to the Common Council, and to the mayor's office, or finally to the finance committee? It outlines all of the things that we do with our reporting and communication. And finally, quality assurance and improvement describe the process that we have put in place so that the internal audit can continue to improve on itself. This is done by engaging other external audit units or organization to review our processes to ensure that we are complying with the standard of the Institute of Internal Auditors in doing our activities. The charter is also expected that the charter will be approved by the governing body to which the internal audit function is responsible. And that is all that I have today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cola.
Are there questions for Dave or Cola? Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Cola. I can't tell you how excited I am to have your presentation and also your initial introduction and presentation at our recent meeting as well. As you are well aware, it's been quite a long time that we've had the audit plan presented to this committee as required by Chapter 4 of the ordinances. And so I do have a couple of questions, and obviously I heard your presentation and read all the attachments and register for this, the proposed charter and audit plan, et cetera. My first immediate question is, could you be more specific, Kola, as to how you identified the particular agencies and processes to be audited? For example, did Baker Tilly's assessment related to Muni Court and the Parks Division specifically influence those proposed audits this year? Or is it that their cash management and financial recording is generally such that they were worthy candidates for your work?
They were outcomes of the risk assessment performed by Baker Tilly, and a 5-year program was also made by Baker Tilly for us to follow. So we pick from that, and based on the result of the Baker Tilly risk assessment, we also identify that, for instance, during the external audit, we need to give that assurance that the financial report, the information from the judiciary system, because it's not in minutes. We know that we don't have that reporting system in minutes. And the oversight function that minutes give to the financial reporting needs to be covered as part of what is done in the judiciary system. So to give management and the leadership of the city that assurance that even though we don't have it in minutes, but we have everything under control, that is one of the reasons why the judiciary municipal court had been identified as an area for us to audit this year.
Thank you. Very helpful. And then can you say anything more specifically about the Parks Division?
Yeah, we understand that wherever physical cash transfers, the risk for physical cash is very high. It's one area where risk is on the high side. So one of the things that has propelled us to look at this is to ensure that during this summer period, when people will go to the park, cash will exchange hands. We want to be sure that we have sufficient controls in place that will ensure that cash that are paid on behalf of the city eventually gets into the city's coffers.
I see. And that obviously can be said of other agencies as well. But you can only do so many agencies in terms of audits at once.
That will be covered in our cash count. We also identify that as part of the process that we will do this year, and it's going to be a continuous thing. We will identify areas where cash are collected on behalf of the city, and we will also perform similar tests to give assurance that we have controls in place. And not only do we have controls in place, we also comply with the process of cash collecting as stipulated by the city's policies.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Then lastly, just process question as it relates to this committee and the Common Council. And this might be more for you, Dave. Dave, you had said when you introduced this that you wanted to present to the committee before the internal audit plan is introduced at the Common Council. Well, is the plan to have this be introduced at the council and referred back to the Finance Committee immediately? Or was the intent, since we've had this on our agenda tonight, that we would bypass the Finance Committee? And if so, and my second follow-up question is, as of now, how often, Kola and you, Dave, do you feel that you'll be providing internal audit updates to the committee moving forward? What frequency do you anticipate?
Thanks for that question, Alder Verveer. Our intent today was to basically put it before you and then, in effect, you would, as a body, would then refer it for acceptance to the council at its next meeting. In terms of regular reports back, we would appear before the committee as the internal audit reports are completed. So we would bring those reports to the body after, COLA and the internal audit team had developed them, had worked with the agencies, had gotten the agency's feedback. There'd be a formal report written, and then that would be presented to the finance committee, and some dialogue would occur when that would happen. So that's our intent, and that's the outline of what the ordinance talks about in terms of, and what COLA referred to earlier in terms of the process and the charter and so on of the finance committee's role with internal audit.
That sounds great. Thank you. And thanks for teeing up the correct motion for the president to make momentarily here. Thank you both very much again.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions? Seeing no other questions, then we do need a motion.
Adopt.
So I believe we're moving to adopt or accept and refer to the council. We have a whole conversation about adoption and exception. But to recommend acceptance and refer to the council with that recommendation, it's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is referred to council. Without objection from the body, we're going to go next to item 16, which is Legistar 78558, shared revenue legislation update. Dave, is this you again?
It is, Mayor. Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Thanks very much. So as you've probably read in the media accounts, as well as some information I have shared with the council, we had the legislature adopted what's been termed historic legislation related to shared revenue between the state and its local governments. And the governor signed that legislation, which became Wisconsin Act 12. What I'd like to do here is just walk through some background on how we got to this point and what it means for Madison. So first of all, just to give you a larger backdrop of what's been happening with the tax burden in Wisconsin and taxes at the state level. And these three sort of graphs give you a sense of how that tax burden has fallen, both the local, which is the line in the middle, and the state at the bottom, and how that combines and how it's fallen over the last roughly 30 years. The middle graph gives you a sense of how state revenue has increased over the past 20 years and very dramatically during the past few years of the various economic effects and stimulus effects done by the federal government and the impacts that's had on state revenues. And then what's been happening with the overall tax burden, including the federal tax burden in the state over the past 30 plus years. So that state and local tax burden has fallen. It's at a new low. And this was after a $1 billion tax cut by the state. The taxes were then cut again by agreement between the legislature and governor, and that's what was adopted and recommended by the Joint Committee on Finance recently. A little bit of history on property tax relief, and it has been focused primarily on education spending. So state aid to deliver property tax relief has flowed through school districts around the state rather than through municipalities. And so 16% of property tax relief goes through cities, towns, counties, and villages, with the remaining 84% for schools, which means that more than half of the property taxes in the state are levied by cities, towns, villages, and counties, even though most of the costs are incurred by school districts. At the core of the state-local financial relationship in the state for over a century has been the concept of shared revenue, meaning that the state collects most of the major non-property tax revenues, and you can see that list there, and then shares that revenue with local governments. In contrast to many other states where cities in particular have a broad array of general revenue sources such as income taxes or sales taxes, in many instances motor fuel taxes. In Wisconsin, the approach has been that's collected at the state level and then shared with local governments through what's called shared revenue. That approach was sort of decoupled in the mid-1990s on delivering that property tax relief primarily through aid to schools and not through sharing with local governments. This next graph, again, distributes that or gives you a sense of that. This is the change in property taxes basically over a 25-year, 30-year period, or 20-year period, I'm sorry. And cities, towns, and villages, this is the growth in property taxes for them and counties, and then school districts and technical colleges at a much lower rate. That reflects really state policies in both controlling the growth in property taxes, but also primarily how state aid has been distributed to local governments over that period of time. And if that distribution had been more proportional to each's spending, the city, town, and villages property taxes and counties would have been about 20% lower in terms of that growth rate. This graph just sort of bears out what has happened to shared revenue since 2011. And if we looked back to 2000, this difference would be even greater. But this shows that if shared revenue, which is the blue line, had grown at inflation, it would be over $1.2 billion today in what would be distributed to local municipalities. Whereas prior to the legislation signed the other day, it's actually been under, it's been about $825 million. So quite a bit lower, about 400 million lower than what it would otherwise be in terms of state aid to local governments. This has meant that there's been a greater reliance on property taxes for cities, towns, villages, and counties. And you can see that in these graphs. This just shows the share of local revenues. So total taxes, primarily property taxes, has gone from about a third of that revenue stream to over 40%, whereas shared revenue has fallen. Debt has remained roughly the same, and all other sources have remained roughly the same. This graph compares that with the growth rate of both of property taxes to intergovernmental taxes. That's the low bar, the second bar there, which actually fell from 2011 to 2019, and much greater reliance on other sources. Primarily debt in that period, but also property taxes. So again, state decisions have had a dramatic impact on the rate of property tax growth for local governments other than schools. And again, shared revenue has not kept pace with state income and sales tax collections. Again, that first bar is the change in shared revenue compared to what's happened with the rest of the revenue stream at the state level. Comparing Madison to a few other communities around the state, some of the larger cities, in terms of shared revenue and property taxes. When we look at county municipal aid, which is another name for shared revenue, Milwaukee gets a pretty sizable amount. They're the largest by far, receiving over $200 million a year. Madison gets under $5 million a year as the second largest city. And you can see Green Bay, Kenosha, and Racine in terms of their amounts. Total amounts can be deceiving, translating that into dollars per person, per resident, per capita, in effect. Milwaukee still gets the greatest amount. Madison is at the lowest level, under $20 per resident in the city, whereas some of the other major cities in the state receive a much larger amount. Madison also disproportionately took larger cuts to shared revenue that occurred between 2000 and 2022, most notably in 2004, again in 2009, and then in 2012, cuts were made. And you can see how that fell on some of the cities around the state, but much greater proportion of those cuts on Madison. Now, some of that difference is because Madison has a very strong property tax base. And as you can see, this sort of equalized value or property value per resident varying from under 60,000 in Racine, about 60,000 in Madison, to over 120,000. In Milwaukee, 120,000 in Madison. So that's some of the reason for the variability and the amount of shared revenue. But nonetheless, Madison is, I think, at a considerable disadvantage compared to other parts of the state. As you are all aware, another issue in financing local governments is the levy limit. And the key component of that levy limit calculation is net new construction. And so these four graphs just give a sense of what those larger cities, the red bars for in the case of Dane County, would be Madison, how it compares to other municipalities in Dane County, and the inflation rate. So well below the inflation rate, the same with Kenosha, Green Bay, and Racine. Those rates have been quite a bit lower than inflation and lower than the other municipalities in the county, whether it be a village, town, or in the case of Madison, some of the cities, such as Sun Prairie. Verona is the largest one here. They've seen net new construction growth of over 60%. Much of that can be attributed to the construction of the EPIC campus. And then this is just Milwaukee, again, showing where it sits relative to municipalities in Milwaukee County. So turning from that background to the legislation that was signed the other day, a total increase of $275 million. So a very dramatic increase. There is no doubt that this is a historic piece of legislation in terms of growth and share revenue. It is distributed in a different way than in the past, and that is a per capita basis that decreases as the community's population becomes larger within a certain band or size. So there's one rate for communities under 5,000 in population, another that's different between 5,000 and 30,000, and then yet another for those under 30,000. Every community in the state receive at least a 20% increase from their current law level, except for communities over 110,000. So basically Milwaukee, which they were limited to a 10% increase. There were additional per capita distributions for communities between 30,000 and 50,000, as well as those between 5,000 and 30,000. And then counties had a completely separate distribution mechanism, which was a combination of per capita levy limit disparity with other counties, and then a comparison of current aid per capita between counties. So what this graph shows is the blue bars are the amounts, relative amounts received by each of the various categories of municipalities. And the orange bars is the current distribution of shared revenue. And as you can see, the major winners in this legislation were towns and counties, with cities getting proportionally much, much less than what is sort of the current distribution of shared revenue. And that really ties to this per capita mechanism and really also providing a base amount for every community on a per capita basis. So what that means for Madison, our current aid is this first bar under $5 million. At the time I developed this, the bill was Assembly Bill 245 was enrolled. This is now Act 12. And the city is receiving around 2.7 million more than it currently receives. That is well less than inflation applied to shared revenue since 2000. And much, much less than what the governor had originally proposed in his budget back in February, which would have given the city almost $21 million total of shared revenue. The other, I think, notable element of this legislation is the extent to which Madison was really left out of it. Madison has the lowest increase per capita of any community in the state at just a little under $10 per capita. And you can see comparisons with other cities around the state, some of which have a much stronger property tax base. Brookfield is a good example of that. And this is really a function of both that distribution mechanism that provides the funds on a per capita basis and the limiting factor that did not provide any additional funds for communities over 50,000 in population. Milwaukee, as you can see, is getting a pretty significant increase from all this on a per capita basis. They're getting about a 10% overall in their amount. And this box just shows the median per capita increase is about $50 per capita. Average was $65. The largest increase was $766 per capita. That's in a very small town of 40, and then Madison is at the lowest level. There are many other elements to this bill that are important. The new funding in this bill must be used for specific purposes, and those include law enforcement, fire and EMS services, public works, transportation, and a few other specific items. There is also a maintenance of effort requirement for police, fire, and EMS services, primarily to keep spending or the level of staffing at the same level each year or greater. A key element of this, which really does make it important, is that it dedicates 20% of the state sales tax to shared revenue, and that shared revenue would grow at the same rate as sales tax grows into the future. Sales tax authority is given to the city and county of Milwaukee, targeted to addressing their pension liabilities, which are significant, and both the city and the county are facing significant fiscal deficits in the upcoming years because of those pension liabilities. The legislation creates an innovation grant program funded at $300 million on a one-time basis. These are grants of up to $10 million to promote consolidation of services between communities. There has to be shown at least a savings of 10% once the consolidation is completed, and that needs to remain in place for a certain number of years. Another key element of this is a total repeal of the personal property tax. That will be backfilled with state aid to replace the lost tax base. And that is a change that was both proposed by the governor and the legislature. It does make the levy limit tighter, meaning it's more strict, meaning that the ability to increase property taxes is somewhat limited, and as it relates to construction, net new construction within tax increment districts. It also prohibits most advisory referenda, prohibits certain preferences in hiring and contracting, and it also limits local public health authority related to epidemics. So that's a quick summary of the shared revenue legislation. And thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to answer any quick questions on that.
Thank you, Dave. Are there questions for Dave? Alder Bittaber?
So I'm struggling to understand kind of what the net benefit will be for the city with the levy limit restriction with TIDS. Like in your memo to us, you talked about like that we'd probably lose somewhere around like 900,000. I'm just like, kind of what's the net impact of the increase, but then the lesser that we lose from the TIDS?
Thanks for that question, Alder Vitever. And I tried to give a couple examples to answer your question to the full council. It's difficult to predict that. This is a going forward provision. It does not take effect. It starts to take effect with new TIDS created in 2025. So at first, the impact will be very small. But as time goes on, as those TIDs become more mature, right now, under current law, when a TID closes, we get 50% of that incremental value as sort of a percentage of our total property tax value. We get that added to the levy limit. So the example I gave is if TID 36 were to close right now, which is our most successful TID, we would lose probably the ability, I can't remember exactly what I said, maybe about $900,000 of possible increase in the property tax levy. Now that's a one-time increase. I mean, it stays permanent there, but we don't add 900,000 more every year. So that's a one-time effect in the future. And then every year, the net new construction calculation is a little bit different. It's hard to know how that'll affect us. Probably be very limited in terms of compared to current law. So I would say the net is probably not that much different. We're still going to be getting a $2.7 million increase in shared revenue. But I do want to emphasize that as a share of our overall general fund budget, that is less than 1% of our budget. So this is not a significant increase. It's a meaningful on a certain level. It's definitely, I think, welcome overall. But I think for many communities around the state, the share revenue increase will become the major part of funding their services. And that is just not the case for Madison with this legislation. But thank you for that question. That was a great question.
Any other questions for Dave? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dave, for the excellent presentation. I was just curious if you thought it was likely whatsoever that the city might be able to take advantage of the new $300 million innovation grant that encourages consolidation. Mayor, you might want to weigh in as well.
I think it's possible. There are a number of requirements associated with it, and it does require a reduction in costs. And so the challenge with that is many communities want to do the consolidation so that they can create more levy limit room for other purposes. So doing this in such a way where you have to show savings, that's one element. The other element is that the funding is temporary. It is not permanent. So you might get $10 million for a year or two or three, and then the program goes away. There is no more funding after that. Now, the legislature could change that in the future, but it is sort of, in effect, a bridge loan, and you are then at a lower level of spending. And that was really the intent, I would say, of this proposal, is to really shrink the amount of spending in government by consolidating services. So I think where many cities would come at this perspective by saying, we're trying to do consolidation so we can meet other priorities, this legislation is more about, you are consolidating to basically continue to reduce how many services you provide. So
do you care to share with us any potential area where consolidation might be appropriate, and we might?
Yeah, I think there's a whole list of areas. There are some areas that are not possible, if I remember correctly. But for example, we could consolidate, and we've done this already. So if we were to consolidate fire departments with an adjacent community, if we were able to show a 10% savings or more, then we might qualify for up to a $10 million grant. So that's one possibility. But then again, you have to have both parties involved in that. That's one area. Other areas could be, let's say, consolidation of information technology departments, between two communities or a city and a county, and things like that. So those are just a couple of areas, and I'm sure there are others. And so possible, definitely possible. And I think those are things we would want to take a look at.
Those are great examples. Thank you. Someone that's been here since the dark ages. I'll just share with others that IT has certainly been something that has been talked on and off again about for years and years and years. Why the county has the department and we have a department, especially after we did all the heavy lifting to consolidate our respective public health departments, obviously very long time ago now. And I appreciate the notion of the fire department. I don't know that the fire department is in any conversations with any other jurisdictions, but certainly from our perspective, it seems like the added responsibility serving the town of Blooming Grove and the village of Sherwood Hills really has worked out well for all parties involved. So thank you for mentioning those possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions on item 16? Seeing none, then we'll go back to item 15, which is Legistar 78557, the 2024 operating budget outlook and 2022 fiscal year end update. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with the 2022 general fund update, and then I'll turn it over to Christine, and we'll walk through the outlook for 2024. So just let me get this set up again. And all right, can everybody see that slide? Excellent. So, so I ran through a narrative of, I guess I would probably portray sad or bad news for the city, and I'll now pivot to some good news for the city. And that is we are just completing our annual comprehensive financial report. So whereas a budget is, our future story, the ACFR, as we call it, is our history and what actually happened. And so that'll be coming out in the next few days. But overall, we finished the year in very good shape, finished 2022. Our revenues about $1 million under budget. So we collected about $340 million. And you can see the variances there, ranging from some additional ARPA funding that we received from another element of the American Rescue Plan Act that was related to emergency medical services. We also saw some strength in investment earnings, as well as the ambulance fees and all the items here. So kind of reflective of both the federal assistance as well as a recovering local economy. A couple of things I want to highlight is the town of Madison cash balance. So as I reported to you at the last meeting, we have closed the books with the town of Madison, and we have also reached agreement with Fitchburg on how to divide that. So that cash balance came in, and the net of that will more play out in the in 2023 as well. But that's a net positive to the city in that specific area. We also, under an agreement that was put into place when the parking structure for the Monona Terrace Hilton Hotel was first put together and the financing package for that, there was a provision in there that once the bonds were repaid, and those bonds were repaid in 2022, the structure would then be purchased by the owner of the hotel, which is the Marcus Corporation, for an amount of $1.2 million. And so the city received that amount in 2022, went into its fund balance. We did have some amounts that came in under budget in terms of less than what we anticipated. The largest one there is just the effect of the mark-to-market adjustment on our investments. And I talked about this before. This is basically something we have to show in our fund balance under under governmental accounting standards board's requirement and generally accepted accounting practices. And this is sort of that market value of our investments as of December 31st of 2022. If we would have to sell all of our investments, we would take a loss of about $14 million. And so despite all, that pretty significant adjustment, we still came out quite a bit ahead, and that will reverse itself. We don't expect that to happen in 2023. The big story, though, is our spending was about $16 million under budget. And you can see where that happened in terms of general government, which includes all the administrative agencies, as well as the council and the mayor's office. It's about 10% under budget. Public safety and health, which includes the police and fire departments, public health, and the office of the independent monitor, 3% under budget. Both public works, parks, transportation, and planning and development were about 4% under budget. And then the rest of our budget in terms of our contingent reserve, primarily our compensated absence escrow, about 70% under budget. And really the reason there's a few of them, but it can be attributed to position vacancies, turnover, where we're hiring people into positions that may have had an incumbent that made a lot more money. We also had a mild winter, which held down our snow and ice removal costs. Then we had some implementation delays. That's a big part of savings in the information technology department with delay in implementing M365. So all of that is good news. And the net result is that we add $12 million to our fund balance. And what that means is this is our unassigned general fund balance since 1995. And the green bar the green line is our target, which is 15% of the budget. And as you can see, we are over 18% of our budget at the opening of 2023, the close of 2022. So our fund balance is around $68 million. And so that is great news and really reflects a number of positive factors, including recovering economy, and some underspending, which, I think is both a positive and negative in terms of maybe some of the level of turnover and vacancy rate in city agencies. So that's a quick overview of how we finished 2022. And I'll turn it over to Christine to begin walking us through what we have to look forward to. So.
Thanks, Dave. Just give me 1 second to get my slides in order. All right, so the slides we'll share today are a version of the agency kickoff slides. The operating budget officially kicked off last Tuesday, June 20th, and the mayor's message and slides are published on our website. We've slightly abridged them for the purpose of sharing with the Finance Committee tonight. So in the first section, Dave and I will go through the 2024 operating outlook, including the assumptions that go into the cost to continue estimates. We'll talk about the budget gap and approach for 2024. I'll briefly walk through the process and timeline, including the dates for Council and Finance Committee amendments, as well as the budget guidelines that we shared with agency heads. Just as a reminder, a high-level overview of the dates. Operating kickoff was June 20th. All agencies have 5 weeks to submit their requests. Then there's a briefing period with the mayor that will happen over August. And you'll see the executive budget on October 3rd. That will be followed by 2 days of finance committee briefings, a week for amendments, and then about a week and a half for common council amendments and 3 deliberation meetings in November. This timeline slide just has a slightly more detailed look into all of the components that go into the operating budget phases, and I won't read over it, but it explains who's involved in which step of the process. So the basis of our 2024 operating budget is looking at what we call cost to continue. So this is how much will it cost to provide the same level of services as we do currently in the next year. So we take into account a number of citywide adjustments, first by removing one-time funding or expenses that were included in the 23 budget. We do a citywide estimate on personnel costs. We use a salary and benefit projection to incorporate increases for steps and longevity, annualizing increases from protective service or other negotiated increases. We also build in placeholders for benefits rates, including health insurance and retirement, that will update later in the year. And we also look at the payroll allocations to ensure that time is being charged correctly to operating, capital, and other sources. We also look at citywide costs for utilities, fleet rate, as well as cost allocation, which is how we charge out administrative costs to the enterprise agencies. And we look at workers' comp and general liability insurance. On the agency side, we also meet with all of the agencies to understand any significant changes we expect to see at the agency level. And again, this is removing one-time funding that was added in 2023, annualizing part-time commitments. So there were, for example, positions that were funded to start halfway through the year or during Q4. We ensure those costs are covered for the full year in 2024. We build in contractually required increases for purchase services. So if agencies have multi-year contracts that have built-in cost escalators, we're capturing that cost. And these meetings take place usually in April and early May and are built into the base budget. So starting 2024, once we've taken in these various adjustments, we're starting the year with a $28.3 million budget gap. And I'm going to ask Dave to walk through this slide and the next 2 to talk about the different components on the expenditure and revenue side.
Thanks, Christine. So when we go through that exercise that Christine talked about in terms of what is our cost to continue current services, we're estimating expenditures of a little over $410 million. So that's about 7% higher than the adopted 2023 budget. Much of that is in 2 areas, salary and benefit increases, as well as restoring the one-time reduction in the Metro Transit subsidy, as well as beginning to repay the reduction that was made in 2023. So those 2 together are about $31 million. So you'll see that's more than the 28 million total increase. That's offset in the last bullet by some one-time items that were in the 2023 budget, a little under 9 million related to shelter operations, funding for a homeless endowment, as well as a transfer to the insurance fund, and the one-time payment to employees is a $3.4 million cost associated with that. We also have a placeholder for debt service, as well as increased costs for fleet, our insurance premiums, as well as our workers' compensation program. And then we are seeing increases related to utilities, software, contract costs, and so on. On the revenue side, we basically are not growing at all in revenues. We do have an allowable revenue increase that we're estimating right now at about 9.4 million. We have that increase in shared revenue that I talked about earlier. We are assuming the interest revenue will continue to be strong and will grow. We do think that just based on current trends, building permit revenue will slow down and actually be slightly less than what we are projecting in 2023. And then we have a number of one-time sources, as you recall, that were used to finance the 2023 budget, funding from TID surpluses, primarily from TID 25, and some funding from ARPA that was used on a one-time basis for those shelter operations, and then that use of fund balance for the employee bonuses. So together, that gap is about 28 million. So why don't we go to the next slide, Christine? So just to break that down a little bit further, a big element of this is annualizing what in effect was a 5% increase. GME stands for General Municipal Employees. That is being phased in during this year. So that was a 2% cost of living adjustment plus a 2% catch up in July, and then another 1% that will be coming in October. We're also assuming a 3% pay increase for those general municipal employees, as well as for the collective bargaining agreements for protective services staff. There's also a 1% catch-up amount included in this cost to continue. And then also the sort of every year adjustments for staff that are moving through position steps, as well as those that qualify for longevity increases each year. There were some positions that were partially funded in 2023 that are fully funded for the year. We've also put in placeholders. We expect health insurance to go up, as well as Wisconsin Retirement System contributions will also go up. I talked about debt service. We have a presidential election in 2024. And so this is a year where we have to put in a considerable amount of funding to pay for those election costs. Fuel and utilities are up. We have higher gas prices, electrical prices, and water rates have gone up with the approval of the water utilities rate package with the PSC. Again, we have personnel costs, depreciation costs in fleet, higher insurance premiums, and just workers' compensation related costs. And then that Metro subsidy, $12 million, it was reduced to about $2 million or so in the 2023 budget. This will take it to $14 million to both restore the base as well as to begin paying back that one-time reduction. Next slide. So we have that gap of a little over $28 million. How will we close that gap? So first of all, we do have one-time funds remaining that total about $18 million. First, we have the ARPA funding. There's $4.4 million of that total of $24.4 that the council allocated to government services costs. So that's a big element of this. We do have remaining TID surplus funds in TID 25, as well as from the closure of TID 35. It totals an estimated $6.7 million. And then we anticipate applying fund balance, some of that to help with that increase in the Metro Transit subsidy, and some of it just based on what you saw before about how we finished 2022. And we did quite well in that year, and that there is some funding available to help balance the budget, again, on a one-time basis. We are looking at other sources that we hope to total about $5 million. And then we do have some agency reductions. That's a combination of a higher, what we call a salary savings rate. That's to reflect the level of turnover that we've seen historically over the last few years, as well as having agencies basically operate their budgets at a 99% of cost to continue. So in effect, an across the board 1% reduction. And again, that reflects underspending that has occurred over the last several years in every agency budget. And so we think that that's manageable. We do have to kind of remember that, as you can see on this graph, we are still relying heavily on one-time monies. Those monies will be gone after 2024. And so this 1% reduction is really a down payment on what will need to be future efficiencies and streamlining, as well as looking at what limited range of revenue options that the city does have to try to continue to maintain current services going forward. Turn it back over to you, Christine.
So I'm just going to provide some very brief context on the expenditure reductions that total about 5.6 million. The first item is increasing what Dave mentioned is our salary savings rate across all funds. Salary savings is an object that we use to reflect turnover and vacancies to offset the total personnel costs. Historically, we've budgeted this at 2% of permanent wages. And in the last 3 years, the salary savings have actually been around 7% of the total personnel budget. And if we look at a longer history, actuals have been about 5% lower than budget. So we are increasing salary savings from 2% to 3%. That saves about $2 million across the board. And we're also doing a tiered structure so that smaller agencies have a lower rate of salary savings, and larger agencies have a higher rate. Larger agencies have more positions, they have more turnover, and when we broke out the actuals across the years, it seems like they're all able to absorb the levels that are proposed here. The second component is a 99% budget target for general library and fleet fund agencies. Similar to what Dave shared in the 2022 recap, we see underspending across the board in pretty much every agency. Looking here from 2019 to 2022, the percent unspent has ranged from 2.3 to 4%, with an average of 3.2%. So this will operate as an expenditure offset in an agency's target budget that they can meet through a variety of strategies, whether that's holding positions vacant for longer or looking at contracts for purchase services and supplies, potentially delaying things. And again, based on history, we think that agencies will be able to absorb this reduction without significant impact to their current services. Dave, do you want to cover structural deficit before I go into guidance?
Sure thing, Christine. So as I referred to on the previous slide, we have that one-time money that's helping to balance 2024. That will be gone after 2024. And so that $28 million really deficit without the one-time funding becomes $32 million in 2025 and increases to an estimated $56 million by 2029. And that include that all of that includes where we think the levy limit will increase. What is really the rest of our revenue streams are not dynamic at all, meaning they are not attached that much to economic activity and don't grow, at that pace. I think as I referred to in the shared revenue presentation, the amount of funding Madison received from that historic legislation, I think is, well below what we need to maintain current services. And so that lower base will not grow that much despite the 20% of the sales tax being sort of dedicated to shared revenue in the future. It will help other communities around the state much more than it'll help Madison. And so that adds to this gap. And so we really need to look at three components, both, how are we spending our funds relative to service levels, as well as what limited range of revenue options do we have and how can we use that in a way that, looks through an equity lens when we're putting those into place and tries to operate within the very strict constraints that the state places on local governments in terms of those revenue options. So as I mentioned earlier, that 1% reduction is, I think, very, very modest for agencies to manage to, and is really a down payment towards, I think, more innovative thinking around how we deliver services, how we can, improve processes towards streamline approaches to kind of bend that cost curve. We know costs will go up, but do they have to go up at the rate that we've seen or what we're projecting as part of this planning effort? And so we kind of look at that in terms of what was presented to the agencies and what we're asking the agencies to do in the long term.
Great. So for the next few slides, I'm going to review the budget guidance that was sent to agencies. There's a lot of text on these slides because we gave some very specific examples of what they could or couldn't do with transfers or different objects. So I'm not going to get into the technicalities. I'm just going to very quickly go through each slide. If you have specific questions, please feel free to ask afterwards. So as we mentioned earlier, for general library and fleet fund agencies, received a 99% budget target. So we looked at what their cost to continue would be. We added a 1% offset and asked them to develop their budget to the 99% level. This is currently budgeted in the salaries category, but agencies can take this through a mix of different reductions. They don't have to identify specific reductions at this point, but will be expected to manage to this level throughout 2024. Enterprise agencies were told to submit an operating budget consistent with their revenue projections. So if they're projecting revenue shortfalls compared to 2023, they would need to present a base budget that includes lower expenditures to meet those revenues. And if they're proposing any rate increases or revenue increases, they have specific questions that they have to answer around how they've considered equity and resident ability to pay when developing their rates, as well as estimating what they think the rate impact would be on an average household. All agencies are able to reallocate funds within their base budget as long as the changes are net neutral and don't increase overall expenditures. There are some guidelines around what is and is not allowed. So agencies can't charge other agencies to reduce their expenses and then add new items to their budget. We encourage agencies to scrutinize what their historic actuals have been, and if they have any data on services, to prioritize funding to be able to move funding to areas of greater need. And we also encourage proposals for cost reductions where possible. And if agencies are requesting changes that are over $10,000 at the service level or at the major level, this will be detailed in their proposal forms, and you'll be able to review this when they submit their request. And we've also asked agencies to detail out any personnel requests, even if they are net neutral. So any reclassifications, proposed new positions, even if they're being funded by moving funds from another source. We've asked for additional detail to better coordinate with HR and reduce time to fill so that we have more information up front and can process these requests earlier in the year. Agencies are able to submit a supplemental request. So this is for items that would request net new funding. They've been told that these requests have to address a citywide priority or urgent need, and that there are a number of requirements in the proposal form that ask agencies to detail what specifically they would be funding, if there are opportunities to scale their requests, how they've examined their budget to see if there are opportunities for reallocations before they've requested new funds, as well as whether they have specific performance measures to demonstrate whether the new investment is having the intended outcomes. We have continued to focus on racial equity, social justice, and sustainability. So we've noted that requests should be aligned with citywide priorities, including ResG and sustainability goals. In some prior requests, we've had specific questions around how agencies have thought about racial equity generally in their budget. This year, we've talked to DCR about removing some of these general questions and focusing specifically on supplementals or reductions and thinking about equity impacts in the context of changes to the budget as opposed to their cost to continue budget. So if you've looked at those questions in past proposal forms, you'll note that there is a little bit of a change there. Agencies are encouraged to be creative, to collaborate with other agencies and think about different ways to change service delivery and reduce the cost of services and think about efficiencies more generally. So we have heard back from a few people already, and they're thinking about different ways they can work with their peers to have proposals that are outside of their silos and encourage collaboration. So for the last few slides, I'll just talk about the timeline for working with you all as alders and the Common Council. As I've mentioned, the operating request documents were published last week. So if you go to cityofmadison.com/budget, this is the site that we're most often updating. You'll see a hyperlink to the budget kickoff, which has the mayor's message and kickoff slides. Requests are due July 21st. It takes us about a week and a half to process all of the documents, and you'll see the agency request posted by early August. And materials for the executive budget, finance committee, briefings, amendments, and everything will be updated here. This slide has a detailed timeline for the Finance Committee and Common Council hearings. I'm not going to go through every single date and deadline here, but go through the process generally. For both the capital and operating budget, those are introduced on a council day. So that's September 7th, 5th for the capital and October 3rd for operating. The budgets are then referred to the following Finance Committee meeting, and we have regular business on the first night, followed by agency briefings where they'll present their budget and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. And then the briefings continue for a second night. Following the briefings, all alders may submit an amendment during the Finance Committee period. There's about a week that we call Amendment Week, and we ask that alders submit their ideas to us by Wednesday, September 20th or Wednesday, October 18th. It takes us about a day to finalize the amendment language and analysis, and we publish them on the Friday before they're considered. After Amendment Week, the Finance Committee considers all of the amendments during a regular meeting. We decided earlier this year to have the deliberation meetings in person. So we do have a CCB 201 booked for September 26th, which is a Tuesday due to a holiday, and Monday, October 23rd to have the deliberations and votes on amendments. After the budgets are amended by the Finance Committee, they're referred to the Common Council. There's another opportunity for all alders to develop amendments. And we have a similar Wednesday deadline published by the Friday before the meeting. And the Common Council deliberations are November 14th, 15th, and 16th if needed. In terms of how you can be involved as alders, a few suggestions. First is reviewing the agency proposals when they're published. Again, operating will be available in early August. The transmittal memos and service level proposals are a good place to understand what's in the budget as a starting point. You can provide your input on priorities directly to the mayor. I know that she reaches out to all alders as part of the process. You're welcome to reach out to finance staff with any questions, or reach out to agency staff if you have specific questions on their budget. We will be hosting a series of office hours in the fall to provide a more formal space to engage in Q&A, but you can reach out to me or Dave at any time. And all alders, the agency briefings occur in Finance Committee, but all alders are welcome and encouraged to attend, to participate in Q&A, and all alders are also encouraged to participate in the amendment process for the entire Common Council. We'll do a more detailed presentation on the amendment process closer to later in the fall. But a few just general tips is engaging with agency staff and really understanding what's in the base budget before asking for changes or new items. Adhering to the timelines. Again, we'll share this and reiterate it again throughout the process, but the deadlines are really there to help us ensure that information is accurate, have time to check with all sponsors before we publish. And just a note on sponsorship, any alder can submit a finance committee amendment. If you're not a member of finance committee, you will need a finance committee sponsor. And if you are introducing an amendment for Common Council, you do need 2 sponsors. And finally, we are planning on hosting some public informational sessions on the budget. Last year and the year before, we did 2 sessions sometime in September, October to inform the public about what's included in the operating budget and how to get involved before the budget is adopted. These past events have been co-sponsored by alders, and we're still figuring out what this engagement looks like. If you have suggestions or want to help think about different ways of community engagement, please reach out to me to discuss over the next few months. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Christine and Dave. That was a substantial amount of information. So are there questions for either Christine or Dave? Seeing none. Thank you both. And just to reiterate that all that information is available in Legistar and up on the budget website if you want to go double check it at some point. All right, that brings us to item 17, which is a closed session item. So President Curry, would you read the closed session notice, please, and then make a motion to take us into closed session?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Closed session. When the Finance Committee considers the following matter, it may go into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Sub 1E of the Wisconsin State Statutes, which reads as follows: deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. If the Finance Committee does go into closed session, notice is hereby given pursuant to Section 19.85, subsection 2 of the statutes that it may reconvene in open session without waiting 12 hours as specified in the statute.
And then a motion?
Move into closed session.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to go into closed session. This requires a roll call. All those in favor of going into closed session, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. And Dave will please call the roll.
Council President Curry,
Aye.
Alder Revere,
Aye.
Alder Vitever.
Aye.
Alder Evers,
Aye. Aye.
Alder Madison,
Aye.
Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Mayor, that's unanimous.
Thank you, Dave. So we will move into closed session. We'll ask.
Recording stopped.
Thank you to stop the recording and to have
All right, we are back live streaming.
All right. We're standing informal while we got the live stream back up. We've moved the Finance Committee out of closed session back into open session. The report from closed session is that the Finance Committee discussed negotiations of a possible sale of 405 West Gorham Street for student housing and instructed staff on their negotiating position. That is the last item on our agenda. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.